Good morning. I will call to order the February 14th, 2023 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Here.
Supervisor Hartman.
Here.
Supervisor Capps.
Here.
Supervisor Nelson.
Here.
And Chair Williams.
Here. This time, please stand and join the board in pledging allegiance to our flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The next item of business is the approval of minutes from the February 7th, 2023 meeting. Do I have a motion or
Move approval.
is there a second?
I second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We'll go on to the CEO's report.
Good morning, Chair Williams and board members. I just have a short announcement that comes from the Public Health Department. And that is there's an update on COVID-19 from the Public Health Department. As of February 2nd, COVID-19 testing and treatment is no longer available at the Santa Maria Fair Park and direct relief sites. Antigen testing remains available at the Santa Barbara, Lompoc, Santa Maria Healthcare Centers through June 30th. As of February 1st, the FDA no longer requires a positive COVID-19 test prior to treatment with Paxlovid or Legrio. Patients with a current diagnosis of mild to moderate COVID symptoms based on exposure history and clinical factors may be treated with either drug. And free at-home COVID-19 tests remain available. All of this information, along with the additional details, is posted on the Santa Barbara County Public Health Department website. Thank you.
Are there any questions from that? Supervisor Capps?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Madam Clerk, is there any announcement or changes to our agenda?
Chair Williams and members of the board, I do have a few quick announcements this morning. Administrative item 15, the resolution of commendation for Kathy Fisher, will now be an honorary resolution and will not be presented. This can be added to the balance of the administrative agenda. For the Board of Supervisors, methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment virtually may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you are using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at 805-568-2240. That concludes my announcements for today.
Would any board members like to pull any items from the administrative agenda? We just have A7. I pulled it mainly to give Walter a chance to do some informational. Is Walter here or someone from flood control? Okay.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item 7 is from the Public Works Department, Board of Directors, Flood Control and Water Conservation District. It is a request to consider recommendations regarding Montecito Flood Control Master Plan Phase 1. This project is located within the 1st District.
Mr. Rubalcaba, I just wanted to sort of ask you the question is, what does this tee up for the future? Does this mean that there are projects that if we could secure funding, we could improve public safety vis-a-vis our flood control capacity?
Right. Chair Williams, members of the board, good morning. Yes, so this first phase is for primarily data collection, outreach, and modeling. But to answer your question, yes, it will help us scope and define the projects similar to the Buena Vista debris basin, which will be coming to your board on February 28th, looking for project approval. It will also help us better define the feasibility and solutions for other projects similar to, for example, San Ysidro Creek, which overtopped in this last event. It will help us determine, should we focus on San Ysidro Creek downstream of the 101 or upstream of the 101 first? So it'll help us kind of define priorities. It will look at the feasibility of these different projects. So I think it's just going to help us with an overall master plan. It's also going to help us with succession planning. It will take the ideas that Tom Fayram and John Fry had, what our current staff has, and try to develop a roadmap for our staff into the future. I mean, that's primarily the goal.
Thank you, Walter. Any questions from board members? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. Our office looked at this. I wasn't going to pull it, but it brings up the issue. We recently had some flooding up here in the Santa Maria
That's right.
Valley. It seems that Montecito's has this master plan, and I don't want to compare the flooding that we had here this year with what happened 5 years ago, but at the same
Sure.
time, it does seem appropriate to have a more comprehensive look at the South Santa Maria Valley as that continues to get more developed, and we start to see some of these impacts of maybe
Yep.
underdeveloped
Mhm.
structures.
Yep.
And so where are we at with flood control moving forward there? I know it's not the urgency
Yep.
that is in Montecito at this point, but where are we looking at that regionally as well?
Yeah, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, that's a great question. So what we're doing on the North County is Josh Signorelli, who's one of our employees, who's going to probably be a future leader. He's been tasked with doing a standard operating procedures for everything kind of north of the tunnel. It's going to look at Lompoc. It's going to look at San Ynez Valley. It's going to look at Santa Maria. And it's going to expand our annual plan to look at our basins up in the north. So we look at these things on a yearly basis. We go out. Do they need vegetation clearing? Are the gates clear? And we're going to try to develop a plan that is updated every year, but kind of, again, it's a standard operating procedures. We are going to start that. It's already kicked off. So that's our plan for the North County. And then again, we're looking at the Los Alamos regional storm drain to help in the Los Alamos area as well.
And so even part of the existing, post natural disaster issues here, we're going to be looking at some mitigation projects potentially to look at as well. Is that, because what you're talking about is more of a long-term project of putting together a study and a work plan, but talk to me about what's kind of acutely going on and what we might be able to anticipate over the next 6 months to a year.
Yeah, so in the short term, we're going to be looking at what if any of the debris basins up here in the Santa Maria area, for example, need to be desilted, right? There was quite a bit of silt that does filled those. They're still pretty wet right now and saturated, but we're looking at that short term. We're also looking at any improvements that can be done. So for example, the basin at Union Valley Parkway at Bradley now has a spillway at the inlet. It just got completed the other day. To just look to see if there's any improvements, maybe taking out the slats out of the chain link fence. So if we do have, it's not going to help from an aesthetic standpoint, but from a flood control standpoint, that can significantly help. So we're looking at what can we do right now to try and help if another event were to occur.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Rubalcaba.
Yeah.
Supervisor Hartman. Any public comment?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no request to speak on this item.
Can I get a motion on the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's unanimous. So we have some of those items for presentation now, and we'll start with A12.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item 12 is sponsored by Supervisor Nelson. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Coleman Lucas for his service to the Santa Maria Cemetery District and community. Joining us here in person, we have Coleman Lucas. If you will join us at the podium, I will read the resolution into the record. Cole Lucas, board member and co-chair of Santa Maria Cemetery District, retired in September 2022 after completing outstanding service to the cemetery district since 2008. And whereas Mr. Lucas studied engineering and geology at the University of Texas Tech, whereas Mr. Lucas served his country in both World War II and the Korean War, worked as a security manager of the Naval Petroleum Reserve operated by the Department of Defense. And whereas Mr. Lucas spent his professional life serving his community as commander of the local California Highway Patrol Office. And whereas Mr. Lucas served 3 terms on the Santa Barbara Civil Grand Jury, 2 of those years as treasurer. Whereas Mr. Lucas has been a licensed real estate agent in Santa Maria Valley since 1985, and whereas Mr. Lucas served his community on many boards, including Central Coast Commission for Senior Citizens, Secretary for the Orchid Kiwanis Club, Lieutenant Governor of Division 29 of the Kiwanis International, President of Big Ram, and President of the Bradley Square Homeowners Association. And now therefore be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Barbara does hereby recognize Cole Lucas for his calming, steady, and knowledgeable leadership during a turbulent time in Santa Maria Cemetery Board of Directors, passed and adopted today.
Chair Williams?
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, before Cole gets a chance to say anything. I started my local public service actually on the Santa Maria Cemetery Board, where Cole was our president at the time. And I got a chance to serve with Cole and got to see firsthand what running the board looked like. I mean, a lot of the reason why I'm up here today is because of Cole. So I'm really honored to sponsor this resolution. You know, what he's done over the last 15 years on this Santa Maria Cemetery Board has really brought that cemetery along to a place that was, you know, it was a nice cemetery, but now it's really a jewel. The amount of deferred maintenance that's been addressed, dealing with some of the community issues that can come about on a cemetery are often contentious, and Cole has had a steady hand and leadership. And not just a cemetery board. Cole, if you look at any minutes of any public meeting that's happened in the last 50 years, it seems like in the Santa Maria Valley, Cole has been either, you know, one of the members or the board members or in attendance. He's been a big part of our community's success. And I really want to thank you, Cole, for your leadership, not on the cemetery board, but in our community for these many, many years and for what you've done for me. So I wanted to publicly express that appreciation to you. Thank you.
I certainly appreciate your thoughts. I appreciate your remarks. I appreciate Supervisor Lavadino for appointing me to the cemetery board and allowing me to stay and not kicking me off after a couple of years. I came to Santa Maria Valley in 1971. I was transferred here by the CHP. Didn't want to come, but chief says you're going there. So I said, yes, sir. I got here and I said, you know, I'm going to stay here. I'm not leaving. And they tried to kick me out several times, but I refused. I said, no, this is my home. I love the people in Santa Maria. I love the people in Santa Barbara County. I respect this board. I don't always agree with your decisions, but I respect them. And I certainly appreciate the recognition you've given me today. Thank you very much.
A13.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item 13 is sponsored by Supervisor Lavanino. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Custody Lieutenant Bill Wolf upon his retirement from the sheriff's office for over 27 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. Joining us here in person, we have Bill Wolf. If you will please join us at the podium, I will read the resolution into the record. Whereas Bill started his career with Santa Barbara County on October 23rd, 1995, as a corrections officer in the main jail. During his 27 plus years of service, he has worked in various capacities, which include the main jail, transportation, classification, Santa Maria branch jail, and as a custody supervisor assigned to oversee the construction of the Northern Branch Jail, for which he was awarded the Sheriff's Meritorious Service Medal. And whereas Bill, throughout his career, provided the employees of the sheriff's office positive leadership and professionalism, allowing him to rise steadily through the organization, attaining the rank of custody lieutenant. And whereas Bill provided the citizens of Santa Barbara County extraordinary professionalism and sensitive law enforcement service while dedicating his life to the pursuit of justice. And whereas Bill's knowledge, skills, and experience contributed greatly to the overall professionalism and the goals of Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office, as well as the objectives of the county. And whereas William Bill Wolf will be retiring from county service on Sunday, February 5th, 2023, having faithfully served the citizens of Santa Barbara County for over 27 years, which will now allow him more time to pursue his drumming career as he aspires to follow the footsteps of Neil Purr of Rush. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors commends William Bill Wolf for his faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County, congratulates him upon his retirement, and wishes him and his wife, Betty, continued good health and many years of happiness, passed and adopted today.
Good morning, Chair Williams, members of the board. It's my pleasure to be here to join in celebrating with you the illustrious career of Lieutenant Bill Wolf. He has done a marvelous job. You've heard in the resolution some of the particulars. I will say in particular, however, that he is just one of those employees that you hate to see leave. He is an upbeat, positive, can-do, task-oriented person that really has been responsible for helping us achieve much in our custody branch, and in particular, the Northern Branch Jail. As the latter part of his career, he was spent on the planning and transition team, and he is heavily invested in that facility. And you may have seen him yourself as a tour guide. He's an A #1 tour guide, and he tours that facility as though it's his facility. So that's the kind of ownership that he has in making sure that that facility was built the right way and that it's operated the right way. He is, as I said, somebody that is just always a joy to work with. He lifts people up. He some other things that a lot of people don't know about him. He does a really mean YMCA. If you're ever at a party with him, he can get it going. And I would like to do just one more thing here. You heard in the resolution that he was awarded our Meritorious Service Medal. When we went to give him the Meritorious Service Medal, we didn't have a medal in stock at the time. So he got a citation, but he didn't get the medal. But I thought this would be a great opportunity for me to present it to him in front of you. So thank you, Bill, for the meritorious work that you did, in particular in the transition and opening of our Northern Branch Jail that earned you this award. Congratulations. Thank you.
Good morning. I didn't need these 24 years ago. And this beard used to be a beautiful red 28 years ago. So good morning. Thank you so much for this recognition. It means a lot. It does go by faster than you think. So if some of you are wondering about retirement, it really does fly by. This has been such a marvelous career for me. Of course, I couldn't do it without my wife, Betty, and her unwavering support through all the years. This is a difficult profession. You see some of the folks that are coming in not having the best of times. But I can say without question that in the nearly 28 years that I've had in my experiences with inmates, they've mostly been positive, especially when those inmates are released and I see them out and about the community and they want to tell me how good they're doing. And I, for one, tell them, I don't want to see you back here. You know, with the 70% recidivism that we see throughout the United States in corrections, our goal, especially in this county, is to reduce that recidivism. The reason jails are so busy is because they're so overcrowded. And I'm so grateful with the sheriff and other members of the department for selecting me to be part of that 5.5 years ago. Even with all the experience that I had, when a new idea came around, I wasn't folding my arms and saying, let's try it. Especially with that recidivism mark, trying to get that down. Also with my children, 3 of whom are present right now. I've got 4 children. 3 of them are in the United States Air Force. So unfortunately, my daughter Leanne is in Georgia right now. She just got done with leadership school. But I have my daughters Kelly, my youngest son Billy, and my son Kevin just got married yesterday. So he's so he's been busy with that. Again, I am so proud. I am so proud of being a part of this sheriff's office, and with the leadership of Sheriff Brown and his mentorship, his vision of that. I think this can be the pinnacle and beacon that other correctional facilities throughout California and the United States can come and try to emulate of what we try to do. Again, we've come a long ways away from just the incarceration part of relying on the walls of a facility to manage Right now, we are doing inmate behavioral management with the direct and indirect supervision that we have with the Northern Branch Jail. It has really taken the buy-in of not only the staff, but now the inmates. They're understanding what we're doing. If you haven't toured lately, please do so. You would be amazed with the programming part that we have, our partnership with Allen Hancock College. And you can see it with the inmates, trying to reduce that recidivism through rehabilitation, vocational tools. So thank you again. I am going to be working some extra help. I will tell the sheriff that my YMCA days are also retired. So I won't be doing that, but just a selfish plug for my band, Unfinished Business. If you see us out and about, hopefully we'll get a lot more gigs now that I have a little bit more free time. And just thank you again, and I look forward to seeing you. Thank you.
Well, I would be lax in my duties as chair to not say that having an example like yourself for not only your own children, but all the children of our county is so important, because you two out there could be a Bill Wolf and have concern for the legacy of what you leave behind. And so we hope you will continue your YMCA and anything else it takes to show people what kind of person, what kind of example comes out of our sheriff's department. Okay, thank you. We will go to A14.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item 14 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Chelsea Lindsay as County Executive Office as February 2023's Employee of the Month of Santa Barbara County. Joining us here in person, we have Chelsea. If you'll please join us at the podium, I will read the resolution into the record. Whereas Chelsea began her career with the county in 2002, and from that time until 2011 worked in various departments, including county council, general services, and public health. And whereas Chelsea was hired by the county executive office in December 2011 and has been with the clerk of the board since that time, expertly meeting the needs of the board of supervisors, county departments, and the community. And whereas due to her organizational acumen and whatever it takes approach to customer service, she was promoted to agenda coordinator position in 2012 and has led the effort to ensure that the board of supervisors agenda consistently meets their needs and the informational needs of the community at large, often staying late into the evening to make sure that everything is just right. And whereas Chelsea is respected, appreciated, and lauded by all of the departments for her exemplary customer service and consistent ability to work collaboratively to solve problems, achieve countywide goals, and model organizational values. And whereas Chelsea and her laser focus on getting the job done, coupled with her quick wit and charm, has been known to mollify even those who approach the counter with a late docket on a Friday at 4:59 p.m. with her compassionate smile. And whereas Chelsea takes on new projects at the drop of a hat with her, "Yep, I can do that, not a problem" approach, which is appreciated by all, especially the county executive office and the clerk of the board team. And whereas raised in San Ynez, Chelsea has a deep love and appreciation for all things San Ynez Valley, while also enjoying crafting, blending amazing essential oils that waft through the fourth floor offices, reading true crime novels, and long walks on the beach. Whereas Chelsea is the absolute best Auntie Shishi and loves to share adorable stories of her nieces and nephews' accomplishments that fill the office with so much joy and laughter. And whereas no resolution about Chelsea would be complete without a heartfelt thank you to her husband of 10 years, Tony, and a shout out to the fourth floor mascot, her dog Chase, who has endeared herself to all with her innate ability to bark at ACEO Jeff Frapwell, yet display a friendly wag when Mona, Nancy, and Terry stop by. And now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this board of supervisors recognizes Chelsea Lindsay as an employee of the month for February 2023, passed and adopted today.
Good morning, Chair Williams and supervisors. As you can tell, we are thrilled in the County Executive Office on behalf of the whole county to recognize Chelsea Lindsay as the Employee of the Month. the resolution says it all, but for the community, people may not know who Chelsea is. She, unless you call the clerk of the board's office, but she is one of our unsung heroes, as you just heard. And if it weren't for her, you wouldn't be having this meeting today. She is the lead coordinator for the board's agenda, handling everything big and small, late requests, that the quote in the reso about having a friendly smile when departments come late. I saw Supervisor Nelson smile a little bit because as a staff member, he certainly probably was involved in one of those instances. Chelsea exemplifies our county values, which are ACE it, accountability, customer focus, equity, inclusion, innovation, and trust. But for Chelsea, the E is probably embarrassment. So she is the last person to want to be in the limelight, but the first person to deserve it. And so on behalf of the county executive office and the board and the county, Chelsea, we just want to say thank you to you so much. You've been doing a great job, heroic job. And thank you to all the members of the clerk of the board's office, Leah, Brianda, and Sheila, who've been working while our chief deputy has been on maternity leave. And for you and your leadership and your whole staff, we really have a heartfelt thank you and want to recognize you today. Thank you, Chelsea.
As Mona mentioned, this is difficult for me, but I'm going to try to get through it. Good morning. I would first like to thank your board and the county executive office for this recognition. I'd especially like to thank my team at the clerk of the board's office. They motivate me to work hard every day, and we still manage to have fun, and I'm very proud to be a part of that team. Thank you to all the staff I've had the pleasure of working with during my career at the county. It's this family of people I work with every day that inspires me to always do my best. It does feel a bit surreal to stand here today. For 10 years, I've had the honor of assisting with the preparation of hundreds of board meetings. Yet this is my first time addressing your board in person. Admittedly, because I excel at actively dodging any type of spotlight. So today, while attempting to put my introversion aside, I'm humbled and truly honored to acknowledge this acknowledgement that allowed me to pop my head out from behind the scenes and accept this resolution. Thank you.
And both because this is a resolution has my name on it, but because of the board chairmanship this year, I just want to tell you that the clerk's office, we don't always have the opportunity to thank you as vehemently or as intensely as is reflected on how much easier you make our lives. And we don't know how whether it's always seems organized to you, but it does to us. And that the role, the diligent, the pushing on departments to get their items in, all that helps this institution move smoother, get things done, and helps we as board members do our job. So we want to thank you, Chelsea, and we want to thank your whole team because it makes a big difference for the county, for us, and for all of its people. Okay, now is the time for members of the public to speak on items that are not on the agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak on general public comment?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no requests to speak.
Then we will go to departmental item 1.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the Human Resources Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the difficult to fill position employee referral program policy.
Hello, good morning, Chair Williams and members of the board. My name is Yvonne Torres and I'm the Assistant HR Director. Here with me today is Maria Elena de Guevara, HR Director, and in Santa Barbara, Joe Pisano, Employee Relations Manager. We're here to answer questions. We are here today requesting your approval for the difficult to fill employee referral program policy. The initial rollout of the program will be piloted specifically for the custody deputy classification. And if the program proves successful, it could be used for other job classifications are designated as difficult to fill by the HR director. The sheriff's office has had difficulties filling their vacant custody deputy positions for reasons such as decrease of applicants and those applicants dropping out through the process because of failed backgrounds or failed psychological evaluations. Looking back 5 years, in 2018, the department ran 2 recruitments resulting in 115 applicants. And just last year in 2022, the department ran 3 recruitments resulting in a total of 78 applicants. This is decrease in applicants is impacting the sheriff's office greatly. At the same time, let's see. There we go. At the same time, from 2018 to 2000, if you look at 2022, we had a positive, the number of, what happened to it? There you go. The number of hires and the number of terminations was doable, they were able to work with that, even though it was a high number. But just last year, we've lost 27 compared to 18, and this is due to retirements, terminations, and any kind of exiting the organization, even promotions to other jobs. So actually exiting custody deputy. So law enforcement agencies across the state are having the same difficulties as we are in Santa Barbara County, filling their vacant positions. Some counties have established sign-on bonuses in an effort to attract qualified applicants, and others have established employee referral programs in addition to the sign-on bonuses, which is what we are proposing today. I don't want to dismiss the efforts already in progress that the sheriff's office has been working on. The sheriff's office has increased their recruitment efforts to increase interest in working for law enforcement by revamping their advertising efforts, recently contracting with a marketing agency to implement online recruitment campaign, increase their community outreach efforts, and hosted their first responder career fair. These are all great efforts, but of course, the more we can do to increase our applicant pool, the better, which brings me to the benefits of the referral program. So it is known, it's statistics, and we got this from a very reliable source, Zippa, and these are current numbers. Referral increases retentions by 40%. Referrals increase hires. If referrals reduces company turnover, referrals stay longer than jobs that are just posted. For performance statistics, employers rate employees' referrals as the best return on investment. Referrals employees are more profitable, and businesses agree that referrals have the best culture fit for the organization. So referrals get a firsthand account of organizational culture from their friends and are better aware of the expectations. And it helps them in fitting and adapting to the new organization better. It's almost like a buddy system. You have someone you could talk to, you can ahead of time know what you're going into. The program policy is a pilot for the custody deputy classification, and it's to enhance recruitment efforts to attract qualified candidates. County HR will monitor the success of the program within the first year, and if successful, will roll out for other hard-to-fill positions within the organization. This policy will be specific for difficult-to-fill positions, such as emergency responders, nurses, doctors, and other specialized technical professional positions. The funding for the program will come out of the departmental's budget. Next steps, staff is requesting the board approval of the policy on attachment A for a difficult to fill position employee referral program policy to be as effective as soon as practical. Questions?
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, thank you. First of all, we really were eager to try this program. I didn't know that referrals actually did make better matches and people stay longer. So that's really good to hear. I guess at the risk of trying to move the goalposts though, what tools do we have to give people? I see that the sheriff will be having a marketing program, and I think that's terrific. I keep envisioning when we see people retiring like Lieutenant Wolf, who've had an amazing careers, some kind of testimonial in film about why this job has been so satisfying. Why did they stick with it? But I wonder if there are other materials that we could provide about the benefits, or I think it's worth a discussion anyway, so that we put a little bit more organizational heft behind this effort.
Right. Supervisor Hartman through the chair. So the sheriff's office is launching a program that they're going to be having videos of their staff out in the field. They're going to be showing them at the gas stations and movie theaters, and they're going to launch and try to show them in as many places. And Sheriff Brown is here and who can add more if I'm missing something.
Please, I think I'd like to know. And then what else could be done to put in the hands of people who might refer?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, thank you for those comments. And you're absolutely right. It is the kind of remarks that you just heard from Lieutenant Wolf that really are inspiring and can really plant a seed with people who may not have considered a career as a custody deputy. And we're trying to take as much advantage of that as possible through our new advertising campaign. If you've been to the movies recently, you may have seen really some powerful ads, I think, with our people telling the public what their job is like and why they like it. And
excuse me, but if we don't go to the movies, where can we see them?
You can see them at many gas stations across the
are they on your website
community.
too for us?
You can link to them through YouTube and through our website. And they're not just custody deputy. We have them in a variety of different positions as well, sheriff's deputy and administrative office professionals and others. And they've done a great job with that. And we're hopeful that will help us. But really, you've heard me say before, and it bears repeating, really our best recruiters are our current employees, the people who know the job and know people who are out in the community that would be a great fit for us. And this program, we hope, will be just a little incentive for them to really carry through with that and be rewarded for being that recruiter for our agency. And so we're excited to try this and to see how it works.
If I may make a request, maybe as part of the CEO's report in the future, you could just show us a few at a board meeting.
That would be great. I wish I had thought of that before and we could have showed you today, but we will do that.
Supervisor Nelson and then Supervisor Capps.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. My first question is for Yvonne. Where did we come up with the $1,200 number in this case? And what was the range that we saw out there?
Okay, so we surveyed the counties across California, and with the most that sent back, the median was 1,000. But the industry in California, across all industries, was 1,000 to 5,000, with 3,000 as the median. And then one of the counties was an outlier, was San Joaquin County, who gave 3,000. They gave it upon hire, after field training, and then upon probation. So that was a higher number. But so we came in with 1,200 as an average for us because of cost of living and how difficult it would be to get someone to come to Santa Barbara.
So I guess my next question is, I think it was on the slide, but how is it going to get paid for? It's going to come out of the salary savings likely for the sheriff's department or any other future department that's going to have this?
Yes, it will.
So they're already budgeted for somebody to be working that shift, and because there's nobody working that shift, we're gonna be able to take that money and reinvest it back into hiring. Is that my understanding?
That is the understanding.
Okay. And my next question is for the sheriff. How will you utilize the the sign-on bonus to this point?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I'm not sure that we have actually utilized it yet. We have worked through it in terms of being available to someone who is, out of the area, moving expenses, that type of thing. And I'm not sure that we've had a candidate yet that has met the criteria for that.
But we could be more liberal with that potentially.
Conceivably, yes.
Okay. And then I guess my,
But I do think it's important to recognize, Chair Williams and members of the board, that in and of itself, these stipends really are not the answer. We have many examples of other agencies that use them or have tried them and are having just as much trouble as we are attracting people to the profession. And so I think they're a good tool, but they're not the silver bullet. They're not the magic answer.
right. And I guess the last question for the sheriff is how much money are we anticipating in overtime this fiscal year at this point? Across the whole department, not just custody deputies.
Yeah, I can't give you that answer right off the top of my head, but it's going to be somewhat higher than last year because of the large number of vacancies that we have.
So I think we were looking at $13 million at the last update that we received.
Yeah.
So, okay. Those answer my question. I'll have definitely some comments before we're finished up. Thank you.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you, Ms. Torres and Sheriff Brown. I had just want to appreciate the creativity, and certainly it makes sense intuitively that referrals can kind of cut through the noise, and with all that we get bombarded with, if someone says, hey, you should check out this job, it makes a lot of sense. So thank you for the creativity. Just wanted to ask along those lines, an issue that I'm passionate about is the fact that so many veterans in our society have incredible training as medics, et cetera, emergency responders, and then come home and have a hard time entering the civilian workforce. And there's organizations trying to bridge that gap and help translate their resume, actually help them create a resume that would translate to these types of jobs. I'm just curious if you're pursuing those kind of organizations, and if you could speak about that, please.
Supervisor Capps, through the chair, yes, we have a very robust program to try to target military people who are getting ready to discharge from the services. We have obviously Vandenberg Space Force Base, and that we have in its prior configuration as the Air Force Base. We've been engaged with them in job fairs and reaching out to people who are about to leave the service, who've come to live here, who love this area and would like to stay here. So they're very good candidates for several reasons. The dependability that they have as military personnel, as well as their desire to stay here, and they know how great this area is. But we've expanded it a little bit and are looking now at the naval bases down in Ventura County and other areas as well to try to make sure that people who are in the region know that we have jobs available.
I'm happy to hear that. Thank you, Chair Williams.
Is there any public comment on this item?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no request to speak for this item.
And I think Supervisor Nelson has a comment.
Yeah. So this is something I'm fairly excited about. I know none of these things are silver bullets, but they are bullets, and we need to make sure that we're utilizing our bullets. And so I've been a big fan of this as just trying to add another, maybe we won't use bullets, we'll use tools as a tool. Tools, but we got to use these tools, and we got to make sure that we're maximizing, and whenever possible, make these not just hand tools, but maybe power tools, and I know we can't compel you necessarily to be more aggressive on the utilization of the hiring bonus, but I do think we could be beefing up this referral bonus. To me, it feels like a Band-Aid when I think we need something a lot more aggressive. I personally think that we should be at the top end at closer to $5,000 for referral bonus. We have $13 million that we're looking at of overtime this year, and this is a drop in the bucket. It's a lot of money to me, but it's in the scheme of things, it's budget dust, and we should be doing as much as we can to potentially incentivizing people to do this. Right now, I did the math, and the $1,200 is equivalent to about 20 hours for a county employee on average. This something a little bit more robust, I think, would be something that would be more utilized. I think this might get some people's attention, but I think $5,000 is really potentially life-changing for some people in our county. And I'm the last person that wants to spend more taxpayer dollars. But I think we need some results here, and I don't think $1,200 is frankly going to get there. So personally, I like to see us to beef it up to the top end here. And I know this is a pilot program that we're waiting for a year, but it's not only the sheriff's department that's suffering here, and we across all departments we're having problems. So I like to see us maybe even shorten that time frame to 6 months so that we can potentially utilize this for other departments. Other things, patrol deputies, we're hurting there. Public health nurses, behavioral wellness nurses, social workers, especially within child welfare. I mean, these are things that we absolutely need to get in our county yesterday, not tomorrow. And so I want to see us be a lot more aggressive with this tool moving forward. So I would be looking to make a motion if there's some support to beef it up a little bit more than where we're at right now.
Supervisor Hartman.
You walked through this, but would you do it once again? 3,000 was the median, or just so we see where we are in relation to other counties, given Supervisor Nelson's proposal?
Sure. So for California, the industry, not just public sector, so just the industry, it's 1 to 5,000, with 3,000 being the median. And for the counties we surveyed, the median was 1,000. But as I said earlier, an outlier was San Joaquin County, and they did that only for law enforcement, custody, and dispatchers. So it was specific to that department, that amount.
How does 3,000 sound?
It's a step in the right direction, but in my opinion, it's still a half measure. I mean, $13 million in overtime that we're looking at this year. We have custody deputies that we've all gotten letters from their spouses and their family members that are looking at divorce and other issues because of the lack of help that they have coming behind them. I think we're in crisis. It's a pilot program. I know $5,000 sounds like a lot of money, but it is a lot of money. But I think again, we need something more to catch people's attention, and so that's where I'm at. I obviously will work to find consensus with all of you if that number's too high, but I think we need to do more.
Well, I for my part, I could support Supervisor Hartman's 3,000. I would want to say something in support and something in caution. In caution, I think the logic is so that we have enough money for more than one strategy, more than one type of bullet, because the more than one type of tool. And so, of course, the thing I would say in your favor is we don't spend this money unless we're successful at getting referrals. So, I definitely think this is something worth trying, but maybe 6 months at 3,000, then see how it works would be something. Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. So I like your idea because it is a crisis situation. But how do you put the guardrails on? Because I think we could put a max too and say, okay, like if this thing's getting out of control, which would be a great story to have, but how do we know? Because I'm seeing this happen in the private sector right now in my own household of people recruiting people and how this is all working out and who gets credit for that person coming in. So what kind of guardrails do we have for somebody who's going to come? We got a new class of individuals coming in. How do we know? How does the system actually work of I'm getting credit for bringing DOS in, as opposed to DOS was going to come in, lets me know, we split the $5,000 and we're all better off.
Supervisor Lavanino through the chair. Okay, so we do have a process in place ready to roll out. And what it is on the application, the applicant on a supplemental question will have to state who was it that referred them. And then we have a smart sheet in our HR intranet that will roll out that the employee has to fill out prior to that employee applying for the job, saying that they're referring the employee. And then once that happens, then we monitor it. HR manages it.
And if I could just add, there is a proviso that if there were more than one person that made that referral, that it could be split equally between 2 or 3 people, for example.
Okay. All right, well, with that in mind, I would support that decision and just, like you said, it's a pilot. I think what we want to do is generate a headline. And for me, the headline is the fourth district is actually pushing to spend more county money, which is, I don't think anybody ever worries. I mean, when I talk to people, generally what they want to know is that their money's spent wisely.
Right.
And the fact that we're spending it on overtime and we're burning people out is not the best way to do things. And so if we're spending money trying to fix that problem, I'm fine with that. And so I would support the 5,000, and I think we could do it for, the first year and you come back. Or, I mean, if this thing gets out of control, which I don't see happening, and we spend a bunch of money, it's still a drop in the bucket. So I'd be able to support that decision.
Okay, is there a motion or another question? First of all, is there any requests? No, there isn't any requests.
So
Supervisor Nelson.
yes, thank you, Chair Williams. It sounds like we don't necessarily have a consensus on a number yet. We've got 2 at 3 and 2 at 5. Again, I think we all should be supporting something united. I'm willing to compromise, but I'm still great with 5 or 3, whatever the board.
Well, my
I'd like
purpose
to
of
make a motion.
introducing 6 months would be so that we see if we've spent money on other things that are part of the strategy. And if we haven't, we could up it after 6 months or some,
All right, if we come back to the board with a report in 6 months, I'm glad to try 3,000 as a number if that gets consensus here. So I'll make that motion that we adopt staff's recommendations with the alterations of moving the number from $1,200 to $3,000. That we make it for the initial pilot period for 6 months, and that we come back to the board with a report at that time.
Second.
Any questions on that? Supervisor Hartman?
Well, I'm just trying to think forward. If we do expand this, that's why I'm reluctant to go so high initially, because we may want to use this for nurses and others. So and then I don't know what the budget implications would be. And I think it's harder to come back down than it is to go up. So that's why I'm tiptoeing into this.
Got it. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. I think this shows the board really wants to help. I want to say, especially because one of our contract cities is in the house, I believe this is all part of our job because the better staffing we have, not only do we have officers that are not stressed out, but we also have less overtime, less costs to our contract cities, less cost to the board potentially, more of an ability to overhire so that we can continue a virtuous cycle. And so we should all be recruiting everywhere we go. I don't know if I've ever been successful in the past because I pretty much hit up anybody who is between the ages of 12 and 48. But I did convince the husband of my cousin, who is now in the academy and is now constituents of your district, Mr. Nelson. So I will not be asking for the referral bonus, but I just want to challenge all electeds from our contract cities and up here to outdo me, get some people in the academy. Let's try to get some folks. We'll make a friendly competition, maybe.
And
Thank you so
Supervisor
much.
Williams, I will just take the opportunity to thank you. You have been stalwart in that respect in terms of talking to people, young people, some of whom don't necessarily agree with everything that law enforcement does, that, hey, this is your opportunity to get in there and be part of the system and, work to make a difference if you think a difference is needed. But the reality is we have a great organization. We have a great number of roles that people can play in the community. You heard this morning how rewarded that person was as, went up through the ranks, supervisor, manager within the custody branch, looked forward to coming to work every day up until the day he retired. And those kind of stories are not unique to the people that are retiring. There are a lot of people who love the job that they do and who have a tremendous opportunity as a custody professional to not just securely hold offenders, but to really work diligently with others to try to turn their lives around and to model the kind of behavior that we're seeking for those people when they come back into the community. So it's a great job. It's a great organization. And anybody that's listening, if you're thinking about a career change, come and talk to us.
Well said. Supervisor Hartman.
Just wanted to say, I think HR did a really terrific job. Thank you, Ms. Torres.
Thank you.
And I think it's like a lot of the intractable problems that our world has. Law enforcement is one of those things. If people become dismayed, if they stop believing it's possible, it will fail. But if we keep the faith, if we keep believing, if we keep working hard, it will succeed. If enough of us believe it will succeed.
Thank you.
Departmental item 2.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item 2 is from the General Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the zero emission vehicle policy adoption and electric vehicle program update.
Morning, Chair Williams and Supervisors. Is my mic on?
There we go. Good morning, Chair Williams and Supervisors. I'm Skip Gray. I am with General Services, and with me today, I've got Eric Barker, who is our fleet manager, and behind me, our brand spanking new, not really, but it's been here about 4 months, I guess, 6 months, is Brandon Kaysen. So he's going to answer questions if you have them as well. We've all been working very hard on this policy, and I'm excited to show you something today. If I can figure out how to start nope. There we go. Okay. So over the last several years, you have given General Services some very clear direction on electrifying the fleet and moving towards zero emission vehicles. But to date, we haven't had a formal written policy for the county in this effort. So today, for your consideration, we'd like to share with you a new policy that GS has developed and give you an update on our fleet electrification process. The policy we developed is intended to support our climate action plan and improve air quality. And it does this by tasking us to replace end-of-life gasoline engine vehicles with zero emission, non-public safety, sedans, SUVs, and light-duty pickups and vans. The policy makes purchasing zero emission replacement vehicles the priority, even if gasoline vehicles cost less. And I'll get into this in a minute, but there are vehicle rebates that'll help us offset some of that additional cost for those more expensive vehicles. The policy directs General Services to seek rebates and grants to help us finance the vehicles and related EV chargers. And we will be ensuring that the charging infrastructure will support our annual purchase of the vehicles. We'll also test and evaluate ZEVs for medium and heavy duty vehicle classes when they become available in the market. And we'll be keeping our eye on fuel cell vehicles as the technology develops. Of the 900 approximately light duty vehicles in the county fleet, we think there's going to be anywhere from 150 to 200 of those existing gasoline engines vehicles that will reach end of life in the next 2 to 5 years. So we've got a number of them to replace. The new policy includes a way for departments to request an exemption from purchasing a zero emission vehicle. One of these would be if no viable ZEV option is available for purchase in the current vehicle market, departments may purchase a gasoline engine vehicle, but there are definitely some requirements before they can do that. And I'll talk about those in a minute. Also, if the ZEV doesn't meet the day-to-day operational needs that a department may have, they can request an exemption. For example, if a vehicle has to tow a heavy trailer or carry a large payload that the ZEV can't accommodate, they could ask for an exemption. Or if the department's operational needs for daily mileage or operating hours is outside the ZEV's range. This would be the case, for example, if a department regularly travels to Sacramento. And the hope is that someday this exemption will be removed sooner than later, because once a robust charging infrastructure system is built throughout the state, that shouldn't be a problem. And as the range increases on vehicles as well. As I mentioned earlier, for now, vehicles that require emergency response functions are exempt. However, we plan on working with our public safety partners to explore options as the technology evolves and improves. And to that end, we are hopeful we can do, and we've already kind of started talking about it, doing a pilot project in the near future. And finally, if for whatever reason there is no fueling infrastructure or chargers available for the vehicle, the electric vehicle, an exemption may be granted. But I think you'll see when we talk about progress on our EV charger installations in a minute, that you'll see this exemption will likely be rare. Any exemption that is requested by the departments will be carefully reviewed by vehicle operations. And there is an appeal process if the department disagrees with that decision. There are 4 options should an exemption be granted. Departments can consider deferring the purchase of that new vehicle until there is a market to acquire a ZEV to replace their gasoline vehicle. The second option would be to consider a plug-in electric hybrid. Thirdly, they could purchase a non-plug-in hybrid. And finally, purchasing a gasoline vehicle will be the last resort. The new policy also addresses the county's EV charging infrastructure. General services divisions of the Vehicle Operations Division and Capital Projects Divisions will determine the best locations for the charging stations, the type of charger, funding and financing options. And we will develop cost estimates and timelines to install that EV charger infrastructure to support the vehicles. We've established an EV charging station infrastructure replacement fund to fund the costs to replace our EV chargers at end of life. And that will be funded in part with the revenues we collect from the public and our employees who utilize the chargers. Now I'd like to talk a little bit about what we've been doing since you gave us the direction to proceed. And I think it was 2019. In spite of problems with the vehicle availability, we are making progress in our electric vehicle program. As I think a lot of us are aware, supply chain and delivery issues continue to be a challenge. It's estimated that only around 4% of North American car production is currently electric, although that seems to be increasing every month. There are a number of models that either are or projected to be coming on the market over the next few years. The county currently has actually 61, Eric just told me, Chevy Bolts in the fleet, and we have 30 Nissan Leafs on order that should arrive later this summer. Electric pickup trucks are something we are watching very closely. We currently have 2 Ford F-150 Lightnings reserved, as well as 2 Chevy Silverado EVs. Reservation holders, when I say they're reserved, are the ones that will be the first to be invited to place an order for these electric pickups. But due to the high demand, not all reservation orders will be invited to do so. And we have not yet been invited, but we anticipate that happening later this year, at least for the Lightnings. We will be monitoring the production of electric SUVs. These are the few of the models that will be coming out, and as well as a number of vans. We have a number of vans in our fleet, and these will also be converted to ZEVs as the gasoline-powered vans reach end of life. But while we're waiting for the delivery of these electric vehicles, one thing we can do is forge ahead on installing the EV charging infrastructure to support them once they become available. And that's what we've been doing. We surveyed each department to see where they housed their vehicles overnight and determine locations where charging infrastructure should be installed. This slide shows 13 locations where we currently have our 127 EV chargers installed throughout the county. Most of the chargers are in South County, as you can see, but that's about to change. From our survey, we determined that we need to install, based on the number of vehicles that are coming to end of life, another 122 chargers at these existing sites over the next few years. As you can see, we'll be adding a number of new chargers at the Foster Road and Betaravia campuses. And our survey also indicated that we need to install another 44 EV chargers at 7 brand new sites where we currently don't have any. So this is kind of what we're working on here. All these numbers may vary slightly from the final installation, but these are our best estimates so far. To give you an idea of how our program is going, I'd like to share some of the metrics from the existing 127 chargers that we have. We track the utilization of our chargers by both the public employees and county fleet vehicles. And it has been increasing pretty steadily every month since all the chargers came online, which is, I think, about April of 2022. Utilization, as you can see here, has more than doubled from 20% in April to 47% in December 2022. This graph shows the, little hard to see, utilization of chargers for each site for the 9-month period of April through December. It's interesting to note the 2 bars on the right end of the graph are strictly public-facing chargers at Lookout Park and Rincon Park along the 101. I think Lookout would be a little higher if it wasn't for construction in the area. Those have been there for a while, and prior to some of the construction, it was higher. The higher bar in the middle is the South County Jail at Calle Real, which only currently has 2 chargers. We don't park any fleet vehicles there at this time, so those are employees who are heavily utilizing those chargers. We plan on adding another 6 to 10. I believe we've got rebates in for 10 more chargers at this location, and they will be used for both fleet vehicles and the public or employees. By having all these chargers in place, obviously greenhouse gases have been avoided. Gasoline usage is lower because of our electric vehicle program. And finally, with respect to charging infrastructure, we are constantly seeking funding in the form of rebates and grants, including 3CE, the Cal EVIP program, and APCD. And your board allocated us $400,000 during this fiscal year, which is really helping, and we appreciate that. So to summarize our recommended actions, we're simply asking that you receive and file this update, approve the ZEV policy, and make a CEQA determination. And that concludes my presentation, and we'd be happy to take any questions.
Questions from the board? Mr. Lavigno.
Thank you. Be happy to put my name on the list of when those new ones come in. My gasoline powered car is just about at the end of its useful life, but I don't really know too much about the cost associated with all of this. So can you just kind of help me with, like, what is a level 2 charger cost to install for us?
Yeah, so that's an interesting question. We've been running around, it varies on the location,
Right.
obviously, because of the electrical infrastructure that might have to be added, how far it is away from the building, et cetera, et cetera. But I would take a shot at maybe $7,000 per charger, maybe a little less. Now, some of those might be 10. We're finalizing a contract for the purchase of the chargers. The equipment isn't that expensive. It's going to be more of the installation. And we're just starting to, for this next batch, being able to get our contractor on board, and we'll start getting some pricing, better pricing.
Okay. And then what does it cost to charge? So if you take like one of our bolts or a leaf that we've got coming on board, and the employee runs it out, it's down to 0 or 10% or whatever it is, you bring it in and you plug it in. What's the cost to us to get it to 100%?
That's a great question that I don't know if I have the answer to. I can tell you what the KWH we're charging. We are charging, Yeah, it depends on our electric costs. I can give you the per unit. Up here, it's expensive, 28 cents per kWh. Down south, it's probably 14 or 15. Brandon, do you have any idea of the cost to charge electric vehicle?
Yeah, kWh kilowatt.
Yeah, so we'll have to get back to you on that. That's a great
Okay.
question. And one of the, I might add, one of the things we're doing is we have to determine that cost because instead of our fuel.
Right. We got a
Yeah.
budget for
Yeah,
that.
so we're working with our finance department to figure that out.
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious
So-
how it compares to.
So the equivalent of about a gallon is about 5 kWh. So if you're doing 25 cents a kWh, that would be the equivalent of $1.25
Yeah,
a
A
gallon.
gallon. Okay, all right, that makes sense. And then, so you said, so then we also have public facing charging stations and the public comes at these locations and they charge for free? Do you have to put it, how does that work?
Yes, and I
Okay.
should be saying Supervisor Lavanino
That's
through the chair. We are charging a cost of our electricity at this point
Okay.
until we get a better handle on things. So they are paying 14 cents a kWh.
Okay.
For example, down south, 25 or so up here. After 4 hours in the space, we want them to move along so that others can use it. So we bump that up to a $6 an hour dwell fee. It's what we're calling that. So they have an app on their phone. They scan and they then they have an account and that's how it's handled basically.
Okay. And
We did. And you saw
Make
that.
one exception to that, which is social services, because we want to give an extra incentive for the employees to adopt, and it's an underutilized site.
And Supervisor or Chair Williams, you saw that in the graph where the bar for social services parking lot was the lowest of all, extremely low. For now, that could change.
And then cost of the vehicles comparable or are the EVs cheaper or where are we kind of on that?
I'll let Eric answer that one.
Chair Williams, Supervisor Lavanino. I'm sorry, Chair Williams, Supervisor Lavanino. The electric vehicles are more expensive, but we are procuring all possible rebates. So we're able to reduce like the bullets and lease down by anticipated $7,000 off of list. They have increased in cost just due to the current new vehicle market is so volatile. Everything's gone up. So probably 32K for that class vehicle. And then for the Chevy, for the Ford Lightning, I was informed that it would increase by potentially 20%. And that was 39.7 when we initially placed our reservations for those two.
But it'd be interesting to see for us over the life of a vehicle of what, we figure a vehicle costs with maintenance and all those types of things over 100, whatever we run them to. So my last one is, and by the way, I got sticker shock yesterday. I went with my daughter to a car dealership. Woo. All right.
That's all cars, right?
Yeah, it's all cars. No, this was a gasoline powered vehicle. It was like, I said, that's why I'm driving what I drove. Okay, here. There's a want and need. So we've driven over 280,000 miles now in these cars. What's the kind of the feedback you're getting from the employees?
Regarding the use of the electric vehicle?
Yeah, just ease of use and what are we running into? What's our major hurdles, I guess?
There's apprehension, there's anxiety. However, we for our motor pool users, our electric vehicle group has increased substantially. We now 443 folks signed up to use the electric vehicles. When folks sign up for our car share system, in order to use an EV, you have to opt in, and it requires you watch a PowerPoint that explains the limitations and just how you have to rethink how you operate the vehicle. And so we had 3,000 users signed up for all EVs, and now 443 of those are electric. I'm sorry, for all motor pool vehicles and electric.
Awesome. That's all my questions. Thanks.
Supervisor Hartman.
Let's see, a couple. Are there subsidies for the charging stations?
Supervisor Hartman through the chair, there certainly are, and a lot. So with the Cal EVIP program, just to give you an example, the locations I showed up there we have about $400,000 reserved for those rebates. Whether we get them or not, we'll see, but we anticipate getting those. We have gone to 3CE, and will be putting in the max, which is $150,000 for the charging infrastructure. And Eric has already reserved $150,000 for the vehicles. So we've got plenty of, excuse me, spam call. We've got plenty of rebates to work with, and we APCD also gave us we applied for and received a $75,000 grant for them that we'll be utilizing also up at this campus, actually, Betteravia.
So the 7,000 to 10,000 for a charging station, is that reflective of the subsidy, or?
It's not yet, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Second question, hydrogen, are we exploring that at all?
Not yet. Do you want to speak to that at all?
We have not pursued hydrogen for any of our fuel sites. We don't have any hydrogen vehicles. I was contacted a few years ago to see if we wish to provide a public facing hydrogen station at the Santa Barbara fuel site, but that didn't pan out.
But that didn't, I'm sorry,
Sorry, it didn't pan out. We did not pursue that because they were looking to have installed a public facing hydrogen station, and being that we don't have that many hydrogen vehicles at this point, we did not pursue that.
Yeah, I'd be interested in learning more about that at some point in the future, what the prospects are for us.
I might mention we are going to play a little bit with hydrogen fuel cells. We are ordering what we call the nanogrid emergency trailer through Kelly Hubbard's group, OEM, and it has a hydrogen fuel cell on it. It's a trailer that we can take to emergency events. It's got batteries and a hydrogen fuel cell. The hydrogen fuel cell will keep it running. It'll have TVs and all kinds of stuff for the public and charging stations, even an EV charging station. But it'll keep it running for 7 days. So that's pretty exciting. So we'll start experimenting with a little bit on the hydrogen front.
Terrific. And the final point, unfortunately, the sheriff has already gone, but he's to be commended for having e-bikes in Isla Vista for some of his foot patrol. But I think a lot of sheriff's departments, police departments are indeed moving to EVs. And, if you get a Tesla, I think we start with how many average miles to the patrol cars go each day. And so I hope we can learn more about the sheriff's office and what their needs are, because I think they're the department that's spending most of their time in a car, and therefore we would reap a lot of benefit if they could go to EVs. And I think it's a good match because of the acceleration, because of how much they drive. So just trying to encourage that.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you, Chair Williams. Thank you for this presentation. Of course, it's music to my ears. I firmly believe that if we're espousing and legislating sustainable practices, that we need to make sure our own house is in order, and that starts with cars. So the nature of my questions is about employees and what incentives, if any, are we encouraging? I know pursuant to our next conversation on housing, over a third of our employees don't live in the county, and many have very long commutes. And so I'm just curious if you can talk about their usage of these, not if they don't have a county vehicle, but they drive electric. I guess I'll start with a question. Do we know, have we done a survey of how many of our 4,000 employees are driving electric?
Great question.
A few of us can say that we are already.
Supervisor Capps, through the chair. So last year we had a pretty active clean commute committee.
Okay.
Maybe a year and a half ago, that kind of dropped off the radar. During that time, we were talking about exactly what you're saying, because I wanted to know too, because how many chargers what kind of charging infrastructure should we be installing?
Sure.
We didn't do a survey, but we talked about it. Just yesterday, the brand new Clean Commute Committee started up again, and we had a meeting, and it's not on the agenda for the next month, but very soon we're going to start talking about that very thing. And that is, how we can get our employees to encourage to utilize electric vehicles by providing charging, which we are now. And again, at the rate that we're charging people right now is the lowest in the county, I'm sure. At that 14 cents or 25 cents up here. But I would say about 50%, maybe 60% of our chargers right now are for fleet vehicles.
Right.
Plenty of openings for employees until we start adding more electric vehicles. So we'll have to see down the road what that looks like. But it's something the Clean Commute Committee is going to be taking a look at and encouraging and coming up with some ideas on ways we can incentivize that.
Well, I'm delighted to know that there is a clean commute committee. So in that incentives though, I know employee parking is an issue. Is that being talked about potentially as an incentive that you're given parking space or you're allowed to use a charger?
For 4 hours, unless you want to
Okay.
pay $6 an hour thereafter. So you can definitely use a charger, and they are now, as you know, but they have to move it unless they want to pay that fee.
Okay.
Again, something we could adjust in the future.
Okay. Well, I'd be curious to know how many of our employees are utilizing and driving electric and utilizing these chargers and how that impacts
Sure.
our ability to provide those charging stations.
We need that data. You're right.
Thank you.
We'll be getting that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. My question is about, so is the public allowed to use our chargers? Is that, okay? And
Yes.
so how are we thinking about in the future when right now we're charging the lowest rate? So, you know, if you look at the gas station in town that has the lowest fuel costs, everybody goes there first, right? And that's where once we have lines. So how are we working through that process where our public charging stations that are owned by the government or by the county, where they work with the competitiveness of other charging stations that are available out there that are privately owned, either through, you know, I know some of the car companies are doing them, whether it's Tesla or some of the other products that are out there, you know, how are that competitive rate, you know, are those going to be underutilized and people are just going to gravitate over to county facilities because it's a less a rate, and then therefore it maybe impedes the further development and investment in private infrastructure, because we can't do this on our own. If this is actually going to take hold, we can kind of set a little bit of example, we can kind of seed it a little bit, and that portion of it I support. But where are we thinking about, you know, our place in this competitive environment and whether we're actually helping or hurting by having such, I guess, affordable rates there?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, that's a great question that I've been asking as well myself. This is something that we're considering at this point. We're still in the adoption phase, if you will. We're seeing how much usage we're getting. You know, we've only had all of our chargers online since April, so not even a year. But I think this fall and maybe early winter next year, at the very latest, we need to analyze that and look at the rates and say, is it time to increase these? Because one of the things that we're still doing is trying to make sure we cover our costs. And I'm not sure 100% that we're there yet. So we need to look at that, get into the details, and we are certainly covering the electric cost. But we need replacement funds, and we need that sort of thing. So that's something we have to look at. And again, since we're so new, I'm waiting just a little bit longer to do that, but I think we'll get there.
To build the business model, which I think is what you're after. Help me out, because I'm still driving 10 or 15-year-old gas cars. I do have one hybrid, but it's not a plug-in hybrid. What is it? We have them over here at the Target. We have some charging stations. What are they charging a kilowatt hour compared to what we are? So we're charging 25 cents. What is the market now? Maybe my colleagues can help me with what the market looks like.
So, I mean, out there in the private chargers, it varies from 50 cents a kilowatt to, you know, at ones that nobody uses, $2. But the ones that people use from $50 cents to $1.
Okay, that helps me understand at least where we're.
Sorry, yeah, like more like maybe not a kilowatt, but an hour usage, which is a little bit less. Well, you know, so about probably double what we're charging.
Okay.
People at least.
Yeah, and Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, down in Santa Barbara County, I think the city of Santa Barbara, again, rates are cheaper, the SCE territory. I think it's around 35 cents a kWh. So a little less than that, 50 cents, but certainly more than our 14 or 15.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm really interested in building out that business model that we're going to have so that we can make this self-sustaining. You know, I'm not anti-electric vehicle. I hope to own one or two in the future. We're just, you know, a family that doesn't necessarily have that luxury, like a lot of North County families that, it is a high cost of entry into that market. We don't have any new vehicles, let alone a electric one. And my only message on this is that I really appreciate the policy, because I think it does recognize that we need to make sure that operations and running the county is the primary goal. So if somehow that if our zero emission goals aren't consistent with that there are outs for us to go ahead and go down that checklist and be able to get maybe a gasoline vehicle that's more conducive to the operation of the county. What we do here, yes, there's the data, 8 to 5, but we also are the ones that respond in emergencies, and we don't have necessarily the luxury of, deploying assets that we might have to take the time to charge or have to wait for. So making sure that we have that diversity so that we can fulfill our mission as a county is really important to me moving forward. Paying more, and then even the general fund contributions to this, that's something where I have a little bit of a heartburn on it. And that's why I want to see a business model built out, because this is something that the private sector is already working on as well. And I know we can set a good example, but I don't want to do this indefinitely. I'd rather it work, and that we are partnering with the private sector here so that we can take those dollars that we're currently spending on these types of programs and redeploy them in places that the private sector doesn't do, like parks and infrastructure and things like that we need to do as a county. So I'm generally supportive of this policy, because I do think it recognizes the operational constraints of the county and gives us some options moving forward. So those are my thoughts.
Well, I'm really pleased to see the policy, and even more so really pleased to see how much General Services has done to implement policy since the board direction, a year and a half ago. And want to thank Supervisor Hartman for her strength in joining me on that initial request, and the whole board for being willing to see this as not only an important way to implement our climate goals, but also along the lines of what we could do to, even if some of the costs initially are more, to reduce our ongoing expenses. What Skip was describing is in the North County, a fuel equivalent of $1.25 a gallon for us and for the public that uses our chargers. And in the South County, an equivalent of less than 50 cents a gallon. And so that's a real potential to reduce ongoing expenses. Also, obviously, less maintenance. We augment that by having amazing maintenance people in General Services. So it's not quite as much of a benefit as it is for the general public, the reduced maintenance, but it's still significant. I'll just say that I really appreciate the job that they're doing, and I hesitate to even critique anything or add something, considering that this really rapid rollout that you guys did, which is reflective of the board's will. But I do think that there is urgency on the chargers. There's particularly urgency at some of the places that you saw the high utilization. Already a ton of employees ready to adopt EVs, but just shuffling around. This is a good example here. We have a ton of employees on this greater campus between the 3 facilities here. And, they shuffle around the 4 chargers over there. Similarly, there's other ones like the South County Jail where a lot of people want to use them. A lot of people are commuting from ways and stand to benefit a lot if we build out our infrastructure. And, 160 new chargers that's added on to the 127 we already have. That's really will be a significant bonus for the public. And for us, I want to remind General Services that if we don't have space for them all, that we really should talk to the cities that some of our facilities are in and see if they're okay with us using public right of way. Having ones along the street in either Santa Barbara or in Santa Maria would also be maybe considered a little bit more accessible for the public. So the members of the public who don't necessarily think that they're supposed to be parking on our lots. So that would have another benefit. I'm tempted to strip out the exemption for range, because I actually think, Skip, your example is wimpy, of people, who can't charge on their way to Sacramento. Charging for 40 minutes in a Chevy Bolt, or for 20 minutes in a Ioniq, or a Tesla, or a Kona, probably about 30 minutes, I think is pretty doable. But maybe just, it would be better for us to be vigilant about the exemptions, and, for the department to be vigilant about that pushback, because there are a lot of other also models, right? I mean, if I'm a big fan of Chevy Bolt, that's what I drive, and I love that we're buying ones made in America, and that would, that have parts made in America, right? But if a department needs that faster charging, there are models that have a faster charger. So the new model Bolts would get 100 kW, old model Bolts get 50. So it takes me a little bit longer than it does other folks, but there's electric vehicles on the market right now that have up to 350 kW charging, right? So that just, blows my charging rate out of the water. So that might be a better solution to range anxiety, for our employees that are taking vehicles farther. And I know it's hard to set up a system for it, because I remember the first time I tried to check out a vehicle to go to Monterey, to our meetings we do for 3CE. Your system wouldn't let me at first, and we had to reason with your employees, but they were reasonable. Another way would be simply to partner with some of our other jurisdictions, meaning, right? There's, you could use if our employees have range anxiety, we should, partner with similar, counties or cities that have similar climate goals. City of San Luis Obispo, the county of Monterey, others, and just have a system where it's okay for them to take one of our vehicles on their way to something, or okay for us to take one of their vehicles on the way to something. Then you have a Pony Express model that requires no charging at all. I significantly am able to increase my range by just taking my personal vehicle to the Santa Maria yard, and then taking one of the county vehicles. And so it means I can turn around in one day with just minimal charging at the spot. I'm also interested in what we can do on public safety fleets. Not all of the stuff is patrol, and even the stuff that is patrol, there are jurisdictions that are piloting the use of the Mustang Mach-E's and other vehicles. That's another made in America model that's available, that has stock available. Really, really amazing vehicle, and I'm sure there's some public safety officers that would be willing to drive a Mustang out there. I also think, even though I believe the sedans, electric vehicles are superior to hydrogen, I do think it helps us to not have all our eggs in one basket. I do think it would be good for the department to explore the idea of doing another fueling station, if for no other reason than to anticipate the fact that we're going to have a lot more heavy duty options in the fuel cell category. And because it changes the market dynamics. Having only one public hydrogen fueling station in the county, means the consumers that have invested in a hydrogen vehicle have very little market leverage. And so I think that would have a bigger effect for the general public. And I think we have to think about it, because what we will see soon is that to meet our climate goals, we have to rapidly deploy a large amount of electric vehicles by 2030 in this county. And the cheapest and rapidest way to do that or the the cheapest and rapidest way to comply with our climate goals is the EV adoption. The most effective might be housing, but that's what we're talking about next. But both of those are very much needed for the public. It has real benefits: cheaper fuel, less maintenance, and I've found, except on large trips, a lot less time. I never have to go to a gas station, and that helps you have more time at home or at work. So I'm pleased with the policy. Want you to be push. I think in the reports you should probably tell us how many exemptions each time. It's just and please be vigilant on it, because there's a lot of options out there.
Question.
Supervisor Lavanino, you want before or after public comment?
I'll go after public comment if there is any.
Yeah.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we do have one request to speak. We'll go to Zoom with Michael Chiakos.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello. Well, my name is Michael Chiakos, and I'm the Director of Climate Policy at Community Environmental Council. And really fantastic to hear all the great strides that the county is making. Here at CEC, we have led electric vehicle readiness efforts through Electric Drive 805 for over a decade. And I've been driving an EV myself since 2012, so very interested in this conversation. And I'd really like to congratulate the county for their very strong policies and all the infrastructure and EVs you're adding. Staff is doing fantastic work on this. And the county is really showing very strong leadership among local governments. So congratulations again. We support the adoption of all the ZEV policies that were mentioned. And it's really fantastic that you're expanding the workforce charging for fleet and employees and in the public. And this is really important because it helps all the county employees and public who don't have access to charging at home be able to charge at county facilities. And speaking of county employees, we do these EV 101 webinars, and I had a county employee on one of them as kind of one of our model people. And he said that he drove one of the county Bolts and he loved it so much that then he realized he was going to get one in his own life. And he commutes from Lompoc to Santa Barbara and was just loving his Chevy Bolt that he bought after first getting the experience with the county Bolt. So there is that happening. That's a real life story. And EV adoption is just skyrocketing in California. So last quarter, 24% of new vehicles sold were electric, and already 1.4 million have been sold in California. So this work that you're doing to expand charging access and put so many chargers in for the thousands of county employees is really important. And about a couple of the comments, I don't think that these are really going to be competing with private EV charging companies, because you're putting them at work sites, and most of them are level 2 chargers, which are pretty slow. You're going to be there while you're working. No public person is going to come drive to Cayo Real campus and sit there for 4 hours to charge their car. So I don't think there's too much competition with some of the private companies. I might want to add too that there are a lot of free chargers, like particularly in Santa Maria, at the Lowe's shopping center and the Macy's shopping center, all have like 12 or 14 free EV chargers. So there are some private ones that are free right now. And I know a few of the supervisors drive electric vehicles. It sounds like a couple of them were interested in them, and you can now get a Chevy Bolt for under $20,000 and get that 120 miles per gallon equivalent and have half the fuel savings and maintenance. So I'd really encourage maybe some of the supervisors or your daughters to check out the Chevy Bolt as a very affordable, less expensive than a Toyota Corolla, cheaper to fuel vehicle. Really excited to hear about the public safety pilot. I hope that you continue that. There's many police and sheriff fleets around the country that are using EVs. And the internet is full of happy police chiefs talking about them. So please go full speed ahead on that one. Thank you.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. Curious about the end of life. So what is the lifespan of an EV? And then what, I know like with our vehicles, we resell. I mean, kind of show me the difference between just our gas powered engines and our.
Supervisor Lavanino, we are depreciating our EVs over a 9-year cycle. The intent is to sell the EV prior to the 10-year point where the battery warranty will expire.
Okay, well, it'll be interesting to stay updated on how that materializes, because I've always wondered, like, how do you resell a car when, I mean, the battery is the big component, correct? So I'm just wondering if there's going to be a market after that 9 years, but we'll find out, I guess, down the road.
That'll be to be determined, but I will say that our 2013 Leafs that we recently retired fetched like 20% of the original retail.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
I have a Volt, which is the plug-in one with a battery that's now 12 years old, and Michael says it's still worth a lot of money. I use it and it still works amazingly good after well over 200,000 miles.
And lastly, just on the repairs. So we do our own. Are we retraining general service employees?
There's not a lot of repairs involved with the electric vehicles. To this point, it's mostly our 6-month safety inspections. We're looking at wipers and tires and things of that nature and some fluids, but they're really not much to them.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Can I get a motion?
Sure. Chair Williams, I move to approve and receive this report on the electric vehicle fleet.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you so much for your work. Thank you, Jeanette. We'll take our last item in 5 minutes. We are reconvening the meeting of February 14th, 2023. Happy Valentine's Day. Departmental item number 3, our housing element update.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the Planning and Development Department. It's a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the housing element update, goals, policies, and programs.
So before staff presents, I am going to close public comment because we already have 20 something speakers. According to our rules, we would then trim this down to 1 minute, but I know this is a serious item. So I'm going to ask people to do 2 minutes, which is twice as much as our rules call for. I know some of you have planned 3 minutes. That give you plenty of time to revise your statement to 2 minutes. Also, just that people understand there are policies that are going to be outlined right now for our housing element. Please, as much as possible, keep your comments to those policies because we will be passing those policies today. What is not going to be passed today is any rezones. That is not what is on our agenda for today. So I just wanted to give that preview so people could adjust their comments appropriately. Ms. Plowman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. That is correct. Today, the purpose of the hearing is to review the draft goals, policies, and programs that are included in our draft housing element so that we can get feedback from the Board of Supervisors before we go forward and submit the draft to the state for their review. The rezone process is happening on a secondary but parallel track. And so again, today is the focus of those programs we want to submit to the state. Today we have, I'll be making the presentation and Dan Clement and Alan Bell are available via remote testimony to answer questions. We have Dinah Lockhart and Andrew Kish from CSD who are also, Dinah is here today and Andrew is available via remote testimony. And they are both here because they're involved in this aspect of our housing element. There are a number of programs that CSD is responsible for implementing. So with that, bear with me today. I'm managing the PowerPoint, my notes and everything. So hopefully it'll go smoothly. So this is just a outline of what our current schedule is for the housing element adoption track. And that is, we are currently in our 30-day public review process, which is a new aspect of the housing element law. Previously, we had not been required to have a 30-day review. And I think this is a good addition to the process because it gives the public an opportunity to read the information contained in the document and provide comments that we can then consider. Once we, to note that because we are eager to get through the housing review process with the state as quickly as possible, we have sent a draft that we released for public review to HCD. They had agreed to try and give it an early review to give us a heads up about items that they may have questions or concerns about. We will close the public comment period on March 1st. We then have 10 business days to consider public comments. It's important for everybody to know that it's not like an EIR process where we respond to comments. we do not do that. So in it, when we have an EIR, people comment, we provide response to comments, and that gets attached to that document. In this case, we review the comments, we consider them, and we make any adjustments to the draft document that we think are necessary. We will include copies of the comment letters that we get as an appendix to the draft housing element. Then we submit the draft for a 90-day review. And then once we start going through the process with the state, we'll know a little bit better about the timing of adoption hearings, but we're hoping to have adoption hearings late summer, early fall. And then following that, we will have hearings on the rezone. So goals and policies. So we have 6 goals and 15 policies in our housing element. The first goal is about enhancing affordability, diversity, quantity, and quality of our housing supply. So it's really geared towards promoting housing that's developed as new housing and housing revitalization for all income levels, encouraging employers to build housing like we've seen with Westmont College or Cottage Hospital, promoting housing near our employment centers to improve our jobs housing balance. And we also have added this year a policy about recreational opportunities within developments and expanding existing community facilities. I'll talk a little bit more about that with one of our programs. Goal 2 is about promoting, encouraging, and facilitating housing for our special needs community, which is a very important aspect of the work that we do, and CSD is involved in that. And also affirmatively furthering fair housing. So that's promoting equal housing for regarding location and choices for all different housing types. Our 4th goal relates to preserving our affordable housing stock that we currently have and cultivating financial resources so that we can provide more affordable housing in the community. And that means trying to gain resources so that we can leverage state and federal housing subsidies for the affordable housing programs and projects that are promoted by either the Housing Authority or nonprofits. Our goal 5 is fostering cooperative relationships with and efficient government. So this is working with the housing providers, assisting with access and provision of housing, and reducing governmental constraints where feasible. And this is something that's important to the state, is reducing governmental constraints. If we have rules and regulations that make it very, very difficult for housing to move through the process, they will be critical of us and require us to make changes to our codes to facilitate housing. And our last goal is promoting home ownership and continued availability of affordable housing units, including every income level. So that's very low, low, moderate, and what we have been calling workforce, which is really upper moderate, and that's up to 200% of our area median income. And so this is really focused on making sure we can provide the housing that's needed in our communities. So the first policy is about designating and identifying strategies to incentivize affordable housing. We have a policy relating to the promotion of inclusion of affordable housing units within developments. So that means that's our inclusionary housing program or under state density bonus. This reduces VMT and the social effects of our jobs housing imbalance, and then achieving compact development. So using our land as efficiently as possible. You know, we're running out of vacant land and we want to make sure that we take advantage of it when we develop it. Maintaining our inclusionary housing requirements, providing incentives in that program. And then we have a policy that talks about integrating inclusionary units with market rate units and projects so that they are not obviously the lower income units, and making sure the designs are consistent, and then making an effort to complement adjacent land uses on the perimeter of those projects. So programs. So we have 23 programs in our document, and they involve multiple departments. So currently we have planning and development is a department that is responsible for implementation. CSDs, housing and Community Development Division, General Services, and the CEO. We are all identified in this draft housing element as departments that are responsible for implementation of these programs. So the first program is mandated by the state, and it is identifying adequate sites to meet our RENA allocation and monitoring what they call no net loss. And this is a new aspect of the housing element. So what no net loss means that if you identify a number of sites in your housing element and they, over the next 8 years, end up producing less units than you expect, particularly in the lower income categories, you have to monitor that. And if you don't have enough remaining sites in your at the county, then you have to rezone sites mid-cycle. So we have to make sure that we have enough land zoned for those lower income categories so that we don't have a net loss problem. And the way we do that, and I've talked a little bit about this, and we've talked about it publicly in our workshops, is we meet our RENA and then we add a 15% buffer. So that gives the county some wiggle room as sites develop to make sure that we don't fall below that RENA allocation for those lower incomes. It also commits us to identifying minimum and maximum densities, and that establishes that we need to adopt our rezones by February 2024, February 15th, 2024, and that for the lower incomes, we have to identify sites at 20 units per acre as a minimum, because that's what the state assumes will be developed as lower income housing. We know in our community that doesn't always happen, that we get a lot of our affordable housing units, the bulk of them, when the housing authority or somebody like People Self-Help Housing develops them at 100%. So we are balancing that. Program 2, I need to mention too, though, that this is an important thing about program 1, is that sites that get rezoned in this cycle for very low and low income households become by right projects, provided they have 20% for lower income categories. So that means they are ministerial and they don't require CEQA. So that is a new aspect of state law, and it's important to be aware of. Program 2 also talks about use by right.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt the presentation. I just need to better understand, what does that 20% mean or look like? They're deed restricted?
That's correct. So the 20% very low and low income units would be deed restricted.
To a certain rate that's set by?
I believe that would be set. It's a good question. Let me get back to you on that, exactly who sets that. Normally what we see is they tend to be, well, in our conclusion housing ordinance, I think they're 45 or 50 years, but the state usually sets them for 54 years, I believe.
So I'm not just looking at how long they're set to be deed restricted, but better understand, what is the rental rate? I guess these were typically deed restricted for rental or for sale.
Normally they usually go for rental, but they can go for sale. I mean, it depends on what the project is that's proposing them. We have seen more success in the lower and very low income categories as rentals. The county had experienced some challenges with those as for sale, but Habitat for Humanity does very low and low income units for sale.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So program 2 has less of an impact on the county. It talks about sites that had been identified in previous cycles, and we don't have a lot of those. So, but sites that have been identified in previous cycles to meet very low and low income, if they have not been developed, those would be used by right as well. It provided they meet the 20% affordable requirement. I'm sorry. So program 3 is about replacement housing, and that's development on non-vacant sites that contain existing units that have been rented in the last 5 years have to be replaced under the government code. Program 4 is our inclusionary housing ordinance, and this is where we are recommending, and actually our inclusionary housing ordinance, need to correct myself, is currently 45 years and it renews as the units sell. And we are proposing to extend that to 90 years, renewing as each unit sells, so that we can lock up our affordable housing as close to in perpetuity as possible through this process. And then program 5 is tools and incentives for developing high quality affordable housing. And that is encouraging JADUs and ag employee dwellings in infill and mixed use settings, modifying development standards through the application process and through state density bonus, working with our nonprofit developers to convert. Our goal is 500 to 700 lower income households to affordables, locking them up, and then prioritizing funding for low and lower income housing for special needs. Program 6 is focused on housing for farm and hospitality workers. Those are a number of jobs in our communities because both hospitality and farming are big economic drivers. And this is trying to streamline the permitting for both of those housing types and award funding for those workers as well. They tend to be at the lower income category. Project Home Key is supporting those home key projects that have been developed to create permanent and interim housing. We've seen the conversion and rehab of some motels over the last few years that have achieved that. Program 8 is housing for the homeless. The program is to increase safe and affordable housing and coordinate and align regional funding to expand and improve our funding opportunities for those for homeless housing. Program 9 is sites for emergency shelters, and that's to update our codes to ensure that there are sufficient sites that are zoned for that and create a ministerial permit process for that type of housing. Program 10 is about our accessory dwelling units, and that's something we've been promoting. We had recently approved a ordinance amendment package that implemented state law. We have some new state laws. We're going to be working on implementing those, but we are looking to pursue financial incentives to support lower income ADUs. We want to develop pre-approved plans so that it makes it more affordable for landowners and homeowners to get an ADU approved on their site. We're hoping to permit 800 units over the next cycle, the 8-year cycle. Program 11 is SB 9 implementation. And SB 9 is a law that was recently passed that allows for a ministerial subdivision of a single family lot and would allow up to a max of 4 units. That could be 2 single family homes with 2 ADUs or 2 duplexes one on each lot. And so we are going to be exploring. This is a program that asks us to study whether or not we can require that a minimum of one of those units be restricted to moderate or upper moderate incomes rather than being offered at market rate rental prices or potentially for sale for the single family home. Program 12 is priorities for the disposal of county land, and this involves general services. So when we're selling land, the county has to prioritize buyers that intend to build affordable housing. Program 13 is density bonus provisions. So we'll be implementing the state density bonus law changes and making sure that we're in conformance with the new laws, and then studying the development of a county bonus density program that would incentivize moderate rate housing. And the reason we're focused on that is because that's a particular category of housing where there isn't funding available at the state and federal levels for. And so we don't, a lot of that developed. You see the very low and low income. And so what we would try and do is develop a program that is at least competitive with the state density bonus program so that developers would opt to use that. And then program 14 is water and sewer services. So as we know, there are, the state has been with one hand telling us to conserve and make sure we don't use as much water because we've had drought in California for quite some time. And then on the other hand, they want us to develop housing. So what that means is that we need to be investigating the creation of alternative sources of water. And so this program talks about working with the districts, and we're mostly not in control of the water supply. They are they're run and managed by special districts, both water and sewer. So we would be supporting in this program the expansion of wastewater facilities or potentially the use of private treatment plants. Working with our water purveyors to expand the water supply. One example is Goleta Water District has a restriction on the conversion of ag water, working to see if that could be adjusted. And then for moderate and lower income units, and then allowing for the free transfer of water from non-constrained areas to constrained areas, with the water districts working on groundwater recharge. Rather than having wastewater effluent going out into the ocean, we should be treating it at a higher level and re-injecting it into our groundwater basin. And then indirect, which is really called indirect potable use, and then possible consideration of more desal facilities on the coast. Program 15 is about priority for affordable housing, and we will be working with the providers of water and sewer services to advise them of this state law so that when they get requests for meters, that they prioritize these types of housing projects. Program 16, this relates to the reduction of governmental and non-governmental constraints. So what we do in this, under this program, is making sure that we stay consistent with the state law. It's very difficult to do because there's law after, I think we had 34 housing bills in the last cycle. And so it's a challenge for agencies to try and keep up. But also identifying a range of code amendments that are likely to reduce constraints. And the board approved an expansion project last budget year for long range planning. And that includes modifying our multifamily housing and our commercial zone districts to streamline the processes for new housing and making it easier to build housing. And then we're constantly looking at ways to streamline development. Program 17 is tenant protection and fair housing services. And so that's assisting tenants with legal aid and the rental housing mediation task force. And that's something that CSD does. Program 18 is preservation of at-risk housing. So we are monitoring potential conversions. We have 36 that are at risk during this next cycle. And county HCD is going to be pursuing funding to extend the affordability covenants on those units. Program 19 is regarding short-term rentals, and this is something we do have in our work program, but what we need, we have been directed by the board to develop a program for the coastal zone, which is an effort to try and balance what the Coastal Commission advocates for, which is moderately priced lodging. Whether it's moderately priced or not is a question, I would say. And then preservation of our housing for our local workforce. So that's a tricky balance, right? Is to meet both of those needs. Program 20 is about housing rehabilitation, and that's about providing technical and administrative and financial support to housing providers that are working to conserve or improve and rehab existing units. Program 21. This is about local preference. And this is directing, this program would direct staff to study the feasibility of developing a local preference program for subsidized or inclusionary housing units. And that would prioritize placing employees in housing near their employment centers, but there would be a tiered set of priorities on how you would place people in these units. But so this is something that the team would work on after the adoption of the housing element. We have looked at other jurisdictions that have done something similar, and they are focused on subsidized or inclusionary units. And program 22 is related to recreational amenities for housing projects. So we know that as we build more housing, we need more recreation. That is going to be addressed in large part, I think, in the rec master plan. But we wanted to include a program in here that complements the work that's being done under that. And this is just acknowledging the need for recreational facilities to serve the new housing. And a lot of most of our nonprofit developers, they will provide recreational facilities on the site because they have kids on the site, or maybe they have seniors and they want to make sure that there's facilities there. But if they and the use of the fees that they pay, because even if you provide recreational facilities on site, you will end up still paying development impact fees for to the Parks Department. And so we want to make sure that the facilities that are provided either on site or through the use of fees are implementing the goals and objectives and programs that are identified in the rec master plan and even the active transportation plan when it comes to bike paths and trails, et cetera. Program 23 is the workforce housing study that the board directed CSD to undertake. It is focused on identifying needs and potential housing properties. So it's complementary to the housing element process. But it is being undertaken by CSD as a separate project. So public outreach and participation. I wanted to outline for the board what's happened and what's upcoming. So in the spring of 2022, we conducted surveys of the low income residents in our community. We produced videos that were available on our website that talked about the housing element process. We provided educational resources and notifications about the process and had targeted meetings with community groups. In the summer of 2022, we had a scoping hearing on the programmatic EIR that will be analyzing the rezones. And then in fall of last year and winter of this year, we had 2 workshops. We had one in Santa Maria and one in Santa Barbara that talked about the housing element process and opportunities for public input. We have the 30-day public review period of the draft housing element. Then we will have hearings at the Planning Commission and the board following the state's comments on the housing element. But today is another opportunity that's listed on this slide for the public to express their comments regarding our goals, policies, and programs. And then we have been continuing to have targeted meetings with community groups. As we move forward, we've met with folks in Carpinteria, we've met with SB Can, I've met with some members of CPA, and we've met with the city of Carpinteria and the city of Goleta. So upcoming summer and fall will be the PC hearing on the draft housing element. Then we will have board hearing on the draft housing element. And then, as I mentioned, the rezones are traveling on a separate but parallel track. We will have, once that document is prepared, the EIR for the rezones, there will be a 45-day public review period of the programmatic EIR. We will have environmental review hearings on the EIR, probably one in North and one in South County. And then we will have planning commission hearings and board hearings on those rezones. And that will take us into winter 2023 or 2024, early 2024. And with that, that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the board before public comment?
Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair Williams. Got a lot of notes here, so bear with me. Program number 4, the inclusionary housing piece,
Mhm.
is that going to be in lieu of we have the in lieu fee program as well? So we're talking about retiring that program, or just, you still have either option. You can do the inclusionary house or you can fee out for it.
Yeah, yeah, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Nelson, we will maintain the in lieu fee option.
Okay, great. I think more options are a good thing for.
And those in lieu fees are used to leverage state and
Right.
federal funding to help the
we could
100%
be able to do
affordable.
more with that
Yeah.
potentially. Program number 13, the density bonus program.
Mhm.
Would this be a program that would layer on top of some of these new rezones, or would these be in areas that we aren't doing rezones where we want to give density bonuses?
So Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, this would potentially layer on top.
Could we have would the option be available? Because we're already being very aggressive with minimums and maximums and things like that. So, that this potentially can create, 40 units to the acre type of development, right? So would that be an option for us to toggle that, these to be for non-rezoned properties and just for the existing housing inventory?
I would need to probably consult with county council on whether that's an option. I think the idea really is, state density bonus will be available to all properties. So if we want to make our moderate housing density bonus program that's operated by the county competitive with that, I think we'd need to make it available to all sites. So it's just a question of what the board's objectives are, I think, but I need to work with council on whether or not it could be focused.
Do we use state density bonuses as part of our assumptions and our numbers?
We do not.
Okay.
We do not, because we just don't know what they're going to come in at.
We don't know any of these projects, what they're going to come in
Yeah,
at.
no.
Doesn't matter.
We have minimum densities, so we can use that. But it's hard to know. They may come in with a higher percent affordable and they'll get more density bonus. So it's too speculative.
Okay. Program number 14, water and sewer services.
Mhm.
I didn't see any mention of the relationship between the city of Santa Maria with new water for the unincorporated North County. So it seems like that should be something that might be need to be added as well as possible reuse of stormwater. We're seeing this with these last storms that's potentially amount of water that should be recaptured where possible. And then so when we have a lot of community plans that are based on fee studies for development impact fees, right? These are based on studies. So
He's right there so the kids can play or seniors can get out and take a walk or whatnot. So that is basically the provision of those.
we currently have a fee schedule based on certain projects, right? That's how a fee schedule is built. And so if those projects aren't going to participate, those new projects aren't going to participate in those recreational projects, how do we handle the delta of that?
I'd probably need to come back to you and provide a response.
Thank you. Those are my questions right now. Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
Have many questions, but let me start out with goal number 1. Enhance the affordability, diversity, quantity, and quality of the housing supply. I once heard Supervisor Nelson talking to the South Coast Chamber saying, we're building not just housing, we're building neighborhoods. And so for me, that goal is not complete. It should include promoting the livability of our neighborhoods. And what I find, it's hard to understand exactly how it's organized because you have neighborhood improvement strategies in a matrix, but it's not really within the goals. So I'm not quite sure how we approach that. But it seems to me that there are things like transit that's not really mentioned anywhere in this, trees and landscaping, that would be important for energy as well. So I just think I would like to see that captured in our goals, because I think that livability of these housing developments is really, really critical. And then, and Lisa, you've heard me say this again and again, but my biggest concern in Santa Barbara County is that we're going to build this. We're going to go through this pain and anguish, and it isn't going to go for the people we need, the people who work here and the people who can't afford to live here. And I know we're very, very limited in what we can do, but I would like the state to understand. I attended a housing seminar with Senator Wiener and raised the issue of how much housing we have in Santa Barbara County that are second and third homes, that are ADUs and other kinds of housing that is for short-term rentals and visitors. And he quite frankly didn't give a damn. And it's 18 to 23% in some neighborhoods of our housing stock. And so so that's one issue. And I want that front and center, because the state needs to understand in communities like Santa Barbara that that's a real issue. The other thing that I have to flag, and you've got it in there, encouraging employers to provide more housing, but UCSB has put us in a real bind, especially in Goleta, that Supervisor Capps and I represent. And went to a recent opening where over 60% of the housing was for UCSB students, new housing apartments. So I think some of these issues need to be understood better by the state and called out. We want housing. We want housing for our workforce. We want to address the housing imbalance and what that jobs housing imbalance and what that does to people. But we've got some obstacles that even if we do everything they tell us to do, we're not going to accomplish that goal.
I'd like to do a follow-up to that, Lisa. What is the, and so feel free to respond to that, but to that point, what is the preferences we can have for rental housing? We don't have the same migration to rich out-of-town folks in rental housing than we do in ownership housing. I guess people, there's a lot of people with money that want a second home in Santa Barbara County, but not a lot of people who want to rent an apartment in Santa Barbara County. So what kind of things can we do to preference rental housing, which seems to have less migration to non-targets?
Sure.
And then what are the preference systems that you haven't mentioned? Both the City Housing Authority, which I'm more familiar with, and the County Housing Authority has strong preference systems that mean almost all the units go to people who live or work there. So how effective are those, and do we have those inbuilt into this?
So, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Hartman, I'll start with some of Supervisor Hartman's comments. I think that I understand your objective about making sure that our communities are livable and the neighborhoods we're building are livable. And a lot of that is already built into our code in terms of landscaping requirements. But in particular, like the objective design standards that the board just adopted gives some pretty clear guidance on design and livability and bike parking and things that we think are all benefits of that can be included within a housing project and are now going to be required. So those factors are very important, and we recognize that, and we can look at modifying goal 1 to include some discussion of that. So preservation of housing stock for employees, that is a conundrum. That is a really challenging thing that we are all dealing with. And I don't have the silver bullet to that, but I agree that talking with the state and presenting that information to the state that presents challenges for us. I mean, not only do our housing prices are a problem, but it's vacant housing sitting there and not being available for rent. So I understand that as well. with respect to the questions that Supervisor William raised, prioritizing rental housing, there are ways to do that. And we've seen the city of Santa Barbara do it. They did it with their average unit size density program to great success, actually. I think it resulted in the first rental housing units being built in 30 or 40 years in that jurisdiction. So what they did was essentially provide up to 63 units per acre. So you can establish an incentive to say you can get higher densities if you're building rental housing. So that's one way to go. And that's something the board could direct us to look at in this upcoming housing element. And we could include that potentially in our in maybe our density bonus program or some other program. But it's a good idea. It's a good idea to look at something like that. And the way the city sort of kept the mass, bulk, and scale down was to establish these average unit sizes. So if you were 800 and I think it's 40 square feet on average, you could get up to 63 units per acre. But if you were less, if your units were bigger than that, your total units came down. Now, it's really important to acknowledge that some of the things that they did to make sure that program was actually effective and stimulated rental housing development was to change parking requirements, to increase height, and to allow open space on upper decks. Those were all really critical elements to making that program successful, because it's all comes down to dollars and cents, right? If it doesn't make economic sense, the developers aren't going to build the housing. And then with respect to preference, so yes, I mean, the program that I talked about with local preference is geared at what you're talking about, Supervisor Williams, is making sure that those units go to local residents as a higher priority. And I know that the housing authorities, when they do their applications and their questionnaires, they can assign points in certain ways, and that they have effectively managed that process to date, but it would be, I think, of some benefit to get that on the books as part of our housing element process.
Please proceed with you weren't done, were you?
Mobile home parks and seniors, I don't see any mention of that in the materials for today. I wondered if you could discuss where that fits in the housing element.
Seniors are, I believe, categorized as part of our special needs.
Right.
Yeah.
But mobile homes, mobile home parks.
So they're not as part, I mean, they're part of our inventory, right? But I don't have a particular program about mobile home parks. And so I'm not sure, I guess I understand your question, Supervisor.
I believe the county has an ordinance that protects people who live in mobile home parks. Many people have said it's not strong enough, but and so we don't mention that, which I think is a very, that's an important aspect of housing for seniors or other people as well. So I'm just wondered why no mention of mobile home parks and how to protect people who live in mobile home parks, because once that property is sold, then basically their mobile homes have very little value and they can't really find a place to move them. So I think we have an ordinance that says the owner has to help them, give them some money, I gather, but I just think that's an important issue for us to flag.
So Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, we can certainly look into adding something that talks about the preservation. That you're correct that there is an ordinance that does protect it, and there are state laws that protect mobile home parks. And if we can look into what needs to be strengthened about that. I was not aware that there was any serious problem with it, but I can certainly look into it.
Thank you. I do hear from people that they would like that strengthened. Thank you. And I won't take much more time, but just where does transit fit in all this? As we talk about density, as we talk about doing away with parking, it's not listed in our partner agencies. And I just, congestion is top of mind. And I've dealt with Caltrans, who says you should have communicated with us, consulted with us before you zone for all this building, because now we've got the traffic and it's hard to manage. So where does, I guess, traffic management and building the infrastructure come in, and then mass transit in particular?
So this is a good question, Supervisor Hartman. I mean, there are lots of different initiatives that are being carried out by the county right now. And one of them is our active transportation plan. And we are going to be updating our circulation element as a result of that. So a lot of that is addressed with in those documents. So we can't tackle everything in the housing element, but we are integrating with those goals and objectives that are presented in the active transportation plan, the circulation element, and of course, the sustainable communities plan that was developed by SB-CAG. So in addition, when we're looking for sites for rezoning, we are looking at sites to the best of our ability that are in the urban core, that are near services, that are near transit services, that type of thing. And so that's something certainly when the board considers rezones, we can look at prioritizing those sites that are closer to those services. And the state is really now all about vehicle miles traveled, right? Not so much congestion, but how far do you have to drive to get to your services and schools and your job, et cetera. So we have to make sure that we're paying attention to that component of it too.
So you're saying that the circulation and the housing will come together. So places like Glen Annie, where you're proposing a fair bit of housing, 1,500 units, that's really not transit and kind of isolated. It's not in the urban core. How do we assure that we're adequately planning for transportation there?
So it's a good question. We'll have to look at that and talk with the transit services. I don't know the routes out there. I know there's the school out there, so they may be servicing that particular area, MTD. But I should also tell you that I think that in speaking with some of the developers that are interested in that site, in particular the owners, they may be working towards trying to provide housing for employees that are in the area, maybe even working with the school district to try and provide housing for the teachers that or administrative staff that might be there. So there are creative ways to try and reduce traffic. And I think we will be pursuing those when we work with applicants that come in on sites like that.
So I just wanted, that is terrific that we begin to think about it at the earliest stages and not let it, something to have to mitigate later. Thank you.
Sure.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you, Chair Williams. And thank you, Director Plowman. I just wanted to ask about goal number one, kind of piggybacking on my colleagues here, because the main focus for me is for people to be able to live where they work. And it's too much of an anomaly that isn't the case here. Increasingly, I saw it in the school district, how hard it was to recruit staff and retain them, but also hearing from parents who live in Lompoc, but their child is in Santa Barbara all day. And then something happens and they're 45 minutes away, and the fear and the chaos. And so the goal that we have in this document of encouraging employer housing, I just would love for you to speak to what the county is doing in that regard. I was a little surprised to see in the draft so far that there's not a lot of county property that's being talked about as potential, and I'm interested in exploring more. So if you can speak to what we're doing for workforce housing, because I believe we should set an example. And if there's more potential than is currently in the draft for more county property to be utilized for housing.
Yes. Thank you, Supervisor Capps, through the chair. You are, this is a very serious problem, obviously, and it has a lot of impacts, environmental impacts, social impacts, when people can't work near their residence, place of residence. So I know that the board, before you were on the board, had directed CSD to do the workforce housing study. So that is one of the programs that will be implemented in here, and that's looking at options for the development of that. We have worked with General Services, and we're going to be meeting with them again to identify sites that could be included in this cycle. And this is an important aspect to note, is the state is very focused on making sure that we identify sites that can be developed in the 8-year cycle. So we had that in the front of mind when we met with General Services about sites that the county might be able to offer up. And we focused in on the site. There are 2 sites that we have currently that are owned by the county that are in the rezone package or identified as an existing project. And those, one is along Hollister and one is the old juvenile hall site. The other areas so far didn't prove to be available within that housing cycle. So we're going to go back and look at that again as closely as possible to see if there are other county sites that could be redeveloped. But in the long term, there is potential. There's definitely potential. I mean, at the admin building downtown, there's potential there for developing housing. It's just when will that be able to come online? So I think, and maybe I don't know if CEO Miyasato would like to speak to this, but there's long-term plans for doing something, is my understanding.
Thank you, Director Plowman and Supervisor Capps, the chair. So yes, so as you saw in this, we have the juvenile hall site that we've been discussing, and I actually have a consultant we have engaged with to start looking at that site in earnesty, look at pro formas, what could actually be built there. She'll talked about the other side on Hollister. But in the Kaye Rail Master Plan, the conceptual plan talks about even doing housing on that site on the main campus. In addition, if we move the county admin off downtown to another site, it is a potential for housing. So we are looking at, we looked at places in North County as well. So that is high on our list to look, but I asked Director Plowman the same question, could we get those in the housing element? And again, it's HCD is looking for what can really be built in the next 8 years.
Thank you. Well, I'm also meeting with General Services Director Jeanette Pell about this week, because I just think some of these long-term plans maybe need to be sped up so that we can actually, again, lead by example. And some other numbers that we have, we are touted earlier that, a third of our county employees don't live in the county. Santa Barbara Unified, 20% don't live in the district. City of Santa Barbara, half don't live in the city. In fact, 20% lives, I think it's something like south of Carpinteria, and another 11% live north of Goleta. So people are really commuting long ways, which goes back to our climate change discussion and chaos and poverty issues and transportation. So again, the more that we're focused on workforce and making sure that people can live where they work, and I just would hope that us in the county can be a little more aggressive about our own properties. We have a lot where we have 4,000 employees. You mentioned Cottage, there are 3,500 employees. So we're a big player in this discussion. I have 2 more questions. I'll keep them quick. The next is for County Council, please, because kind of stepping way back, we've gotten a lot of some constituent mail about the fact that we should just not be doing this at all and buck the state and sue. And, and I just perhaps before public comment begins, if you could address the ramifications if we just said no. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Capps. There are significant consequences if the county fails to comply and adopt a compliant housing element. I think for now, I'll focus on state enforcement. The Attorney General has authority to enforce against the county if we don't come into compliance. And and that can be done one way is through litigation. As part of that, a court can mandate approval of applications for building permits, mandate approval of final maps, mandate tentative subdivision maps. But in addition to mandating certain housing, which is meant to instead incentivize us to choose where the housing goes, there's also potential penalties that have been added since the last housing element cycle, and they increase over time the longer that we don't comply. So if the court were to make an order and the county doesn't comply, within 12 months, penalties can be $10,000 to $100,000 a month. The next level is $30,000 to $300,000 a month, and the next is $60,000 to $600,000 a month. So it is significant risk if we get to that stage.
Thank you for that. And
just Supervisor Hartman has a follow-up to your.
Sure, if I may. Chair Williams and I serve on the legislative committee, and so we've heard from many constituents, why don't we fight back to the state? And so we explored a couple of things with our lobbying firm, had them do some research. If, for example, there were a city that wanted to take some of the county's housing so that we could concentrate it in more urban areas, could we make that kind of exchange? And what we heard with an exhaustive study by our lobbyist is the law does not allow that. So we cannot do it. It may be a change in the future. We also sought to extend the deadline so that we had more opportunity for public process and to really try to integrate the housing into some of the other issues more coherently. And we thought, could the drought could the deluge that we've experienced give us an extension? And what we heard from our lobbyist is that the governor does not have the authority to do that by executive order, and that the legislature has absolutely no appetite for it, that they are pushing and penalizing and using the stick because they hear that we need housing and we have so many homeless people. So there's no give, and we've explored that.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. My last question is just about the goal. I was looking for something in this well-prepared document about balance, the goal of balance, because as you've heard me indicate already, I'm very much supportive of more affordable housing, of workforce housing, of being able to have people live where they work. It's an ideal, it's a value, but I have to be struck. I wasn't around for when these proportions were made, but here they are. And I'm looking in this document for some sense of proportionality of new housing, and just, it's clear this is going to be a painful process. People, even who espouse more housing, don't necessarily want it right near them. But when I look at this element as it is now, it's not clear to me that everywhere is giving a little. And it seems as though that's a goal, or should be a goal reflected in this document, that, some areas are inexplicably just, there's no new housing. I'm not going to name names and kind of get into that game, but if you could speak to, it just feels as though the Eastern Goleta Valley is absorbing out of proportion impacts. And Supervisor Hartman talked about traffic with one instance of a property, and how do we achieve more of an equilibrium of balance for these tremendous impacts that are due to come? Thank you.
So Supervisor Capps, through the chair. I think I'd like to start big and then narrow down. So during the RENA process, there were numbers that were established based on several factors: housing cost burden, jobs, housing balance, and a number of other things. And so we ended up with numbers the way they are now, which, produced a number that is 8 times bigger than we had our last cycle. And that's because the state has grown quite impatient with every jurisdiction that hasn't produced enough housing. And so we got bigger numbers, and the laws are tougher, and they're creating more ministerial permits. So the first tier of this process was the state giving us numbers, and then SBCAG dividing those numbers up between the cities and the county, and then also dividing it between north and south for the county. Historically, we have not been identifying sites in South County for housing in our housing element cycles. And the state basically said that any allocation that you make at the SBCAG level has to be consistent with a sustainable communities plan, which talks about jobs, housing balance. And so the state sort of pushed down that requirement, and then SBCAG divided it up so that we could achieve that balance, help to achieve that balance and get housing where employees are, right? That's the ultimate goal. So we started with that, and then we begin our land inventory analysis, and we look to the lands that are undeveloped to start with, because that is what the state is looking for. They are very, very focused on sites that are identified by jurisdictions and making sure that they are viable. There has been a long history of agencies across the state that have put up sort of paper sites or sites that just never get developed for one reason or another. And the state is, that's another one of their new requirements is, we want to make sure that this is land that can be developed in the next 8 years. So like sites that have existing development on them, you need to be able to show documentation to them that those sites can be developed. So we start with that. We looked everywhere across the county for sites. And we have in the North County tried to spread those sites out as much as possible. We have sites in Mission Hills, Vandenberg Village, Cuyama, San Ynez. But Orcutt took the bulk of the sites in the North County because they have the most, they have a job center greater than what you would see. Well, they have jobs in not as many as we do in South County. I see Supervisor Nelson shaking his head, but we have a community plan area that has land that's available for development that's been planned for. It's a little tougher when you're out at Vandenberg Village. There's smaller communities, Mission Hills, Vandenberg Village, and then Cuyama. So, but they did that community plan area took the bulk of the North County sites. And then when we came to South County, similar process, right? We were looking for sites that would be accepted by the state, that were near services, along transit corridors, and as much to the greatest degree possible, sites that were in the urban-rural boundary, within the urban-rural boundary line. And unfortunately, the Goleta Valley Community Plan area, like Orcutt, has land that is would be considered available by the state, and more than some of the other areas that we have. We have identified sites in Carpinteria that are on the edge. We don't have any land down there that is in the urban-rural boundary line, so we have properties that are on the edge and either surrounded on 2 or 3 sites by urban development, so they make the most sense for conversion. Those will have to go through the coastal commission because they're in the coastal zone. We are in this process now, starting to work with landowners that have identified other sites we've got a site in the 1st district. We're working with somebody who wants to do some employer housing. So we're hoping that more will come out of the woodwork that would be considered viable. Like when you have an employer saying, I'm going to develop this project over time, within this next 8-year cycle, that will help us to present that to the state as an acceptable site. So I realize that the 2nd district has received a lot of sites, and we have done our best to try and spread it around as much as possible and still get a housing element that the state will accept.
And I think it's always best to put stuff completely out in the open. I appreciate you being respectful about it. We have a number of sites in Carpinteria. Carpinterians think they're getting more than their share, which is interesting. We have 7 sites in Cuyama. We have St. Vincent's, which is a lot of units in my district. But the one that people talk about is Montecito. And I'll tell you, I went to the level of calling every property owner I could get the phone number for in the Upper Village to try to see if that place, which is the multifamily housing that's on its southern boundary, is one of the last middle class sets of homes in Montecito. And so that kind of multifamily housing would actually be really beneficial to the community. But staff has judged it not being viable because there's not enough property owners. It's a kind of patchwork, and there's not enough property owners who are willing to do it. So I haven't given up looking at it. There was another site I looked at, and now there's a 3rd site, which may turnout for employee housing. And because I do think it's important, number one, that we take care of our own house, that we the county do housing for our employees, but also that all communities are contributing towards this. There are policies, though, in place that we may want to look at in the long run that actually make it go the other way in a lot of communities, which is that there's policies that facilitate the collapsing of lots, even in residential neighborhoods, to build larger estates and take down what was used to be middle-class housing. That's something we might want to take a look at in the long run, because unfortunately, we've gone the wrong direction. We're losing population in Montecito.
And Mr. Chair and Supervisor Capps, I did want to say too that we talked about reducing governmental constraints, right? And we have a program that's going to implement the expansion project that the board gave us. And we're looking at making sure that the commercial zone districts, like in the Upper Village, would be able to accommodate mixed use so that we can create an incentive. You know, while the state won't let us count that site, but we can create an incentive for that landowner to maybe think in the long term about redeveloping those sites and providing some housing.
Thank you, Chair Williams, for that. And I think I'm just going to pick up on a word you said, Director Plowman, of coming out of the woodwork. And so I think it's important for people listening or paying attention that this isn't set in stone. And, you know, just even the last few weeks that I've been a supervisor, I've been in touch with Magnolia Shopping Center and Turnpike Shopping Center to see if there's a potential there for mixed use, not to get rid of the retail. People love the retail there, but to add it. And so I think that, you know, I hope that we can make this better and more balanced and not so concentrated in some certain areas that are going to have high and preserve agriculture. I should have led with that, because that's the value that we are an agriculture county. It's who we are. And so my efforts in that regard have been to try to mitigate some of those rezones. And so I guess a message to go out to the public is, you know, we're listening if you have a property and you're interested, because it really is something where the pain needs to be spread around. Thank you.
Yeah, no, Supervisor Capps, thank you for mentioning that, because it is really important. And we have had people contacting us, and some of those sites are viable. And so we will be including those in the draft document when we submit to the state. So it's really helpful. I mean, the Boy Scouts of America submitted a site, so it's a good thing. The thing I want to stress too, for the people that are listening and concerned about the rezones and the amount of land that shows up on our interactive map, is that we have identified more sites than are needed, not just for the 15% buffer, but beyond that, so that the board has options. It is not a fait accompli when we get to the board for the hearings on the rezones. The board will have options to pick one site over another to meet our RENA and our 15% buffer.
Maybe that would be a good point to say that, look, to the members of the public, when the time comes to talk about zoning, they might suggest sites if they're asking to take away sites. Mr. Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. You know, it's a very different conversation that we're having that's going on down south, that's going on up north.
Yeah.
And that's actually one of the programs that's missing here, is that we're talking about job housing imbalance. You know, where are the jobs? You know, and that has two benefits. First of all, that or maybe multiple benefits, even beyond two. But if we have jobs in the North County, we take off some of that pressure that goes down south, where people want to live where they work, and that's where those more demand, which means prices go up, especially for affordable units. So trying to create more suction up north, we're not talking about that right now. For somebody to try to develop commercially or in the county, it's very, very expensive. You know, and that's one of the reasons why we want to do rezones for residential, is we want to make it easier. We need some rezones for commercial and manufacturing options in the North County, as well as incentives there as well, so that we can go ahead and make sure we really bring those jobs up here. And I guess that will help in the South Coast quite a bit, because I think people will not have such a demand to drive to work. Will help with our VMTs. and our vehicles miles traveled and our job housing and balance. So that's something that's really missing on this. The other great benefit of that is we can bring in and attract some high quality employers. We can actually raise our AMI, our average median income. That actually helps the whole entire, construct here. If we actually have people making more money in our county. That's one of the sad things about Santa Barbara County is we have some of the most beautiful, highest valued properties, but we actually have some of the lowest incomes. And so our AMI is not proportionately representative of what our land inventory looks like. And so that's something we have to address here, because it's something that Marin County doesn't have that problem, right? Because they're able to have the jobs to go along with the expensive housing, so they can have some balance there. Obviously, they have to have workforce housing as well. And so that's a big piece that I would like to see us somehow address in here, maybe with a program that we'd be looking at, forward thinking, maybe not as necessarily part of the, what we adopt as the housing element, but maybe a program that we're suggesting that we do as a county to evaluate those things and what kind of incentives we can put in place to create jobs, to allow and lower those barriers for potential employers to come into our county right now. You're not seeing a lot of companies come into the area, in part because it is such a high barrier of entry to try to do development in Santa Barbara County. And so with that, often business and commercial development is speculative in nature. You have to have an anchor tenant ready to go. And when that process is 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9 years in advance before we can get through our process, a lot of people decide to go elsewhere. And so we can't have those jobs. So that's a big part of this this puzzle that we need to address as we move forward.
Let's go to public comment. Let's hear from the public. Again, it is 2 minutes each. But you don't need to do 2 minutes. If there's someone said that agrees that you want to agree with them, that is also good. And so we have, I think, 24 speakers. So we might be here for a while. So, but again, try to use your time wisely, but we want to hear from you.
We'll begin via Zoom with Stefan Pepe, to be followed by Nadia Bushanab.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I'm Stephen Pepe, the co-owner of Pepe Vineyards. We are 10 miles west of the 101 on Highway 246 in the middle of the Santa Rita Hills, and we've lived on our property for some 29 years. There is an ample source of land for housing that no one seems to have considered or spent a lot of time talking about, and this is the Ag 2 farm ranch land. For the farmers, it's an enormous benefit to have housing providing on their property, which will enable the land to be kept in ag. It provides a steady source of income to make up for bad crop years like January of this year, and it also helps for short crop years. For those of us in the orchard or vineyard business, we have only one crop per year. A rental income from housing would even out our cash flow, reduce our need for lines of credit and paying interest. And also would help and recruit and retain employees as a benefit. I suggest that you consider a reasonable number of rental units of a reasonable size per 100 acres or part thereof of Ag 2 land, with clustering to minimize the cost of roads, utilities, septic tanks, and with a reasonable setback from property lines would be a win for all. Thank you kindly.
Next, we'll go to Nadia Abushanab, to be followed by Maggie Burke.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Nadia Abushanab. I'm with SB-CAN, the Santa Barbara County Action Network. Today, I'll limit my comments to the goals, policies, and programs, and we will be submitting more detailed written comments on the whole draft, including the rezones, in a few weeks. First of all, we think there should be a program added about creating a dedicated funding stream for the development of affordable housing to replace the funding that was lost from the redevelopment agency. This was a goal that was included in the Santa Barbara City Housing Element Update, and their fund has already been created and has been funded with $3.6 million already. And some options that could be considered to secure this funding would be a real estate property transfer tax for luxury housing above a certain amount. This is also known as a mansion tax. You could pursue a vacancy tax and bond measures. For policy 1.1, SB appreciates the inclusion of protecting the county's unique rural character, and we request that the protection of prime agriculture be added to that policy. And in that same vein, if active prime agricultural land is going to be converted and developed, especially in the Goleta Valley area, the county should provide some sort of guarantee that it will have the highest public benefit for the community. That is to say, the units need to be affordable to those who actually live and work in the county, and it won't do the community any good if this land is converted and turned into luxury units or second homes, vacation rentals. As for the programs, Program 17 should be enhanced to further strengthen tenant protections and protect against unsustainable rent increases and rent eviction. And we were happy to see programs 19, 23, and especially 21 to look into the local preference study. Thanks so much.
Next, we have Maggie Burke to be followed by Hilda Maldonado.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Maggie Burke, and I'm an educator with the Santa Barbara Unified School District. Nearly all of my adult life, I've rented in Santa Barbara. It's always been a challenge, but in the last few years, the rent prices have spiraled out of control. Housing is a basic human right, which can and should afford us all safety, comfort, and stability. This crisis is and has been impacting our quality of life and our ability to be self-determined and lived with the dignity we all deserve. Building over 5,000 affordable housing units is a critical start, but I wonder if it overlooks the root causes of this crisis. I urge all elected officials to actively reach out to organizations like Cause 805, SB Tenants Union, continue to work with the teachers unions, organizations that I've learned a lot from. Folks who've shown time and time again what it means to show up for the people, folks who are connected to lots of our neighbors already, and those neighbors who are most affected by this ongoing crisis. Again, housing is a basic human right, and whatever plans the county and city should implement should meet the needs of everyone, especially our historically marginalized and underrepresented neighbors. Consider also how many vacant homes can be repurposed to meet housing needs so that we are not encroaching on what little open public space we have. I'm grateful for this opportunity to speak on Zoom. It's a privilege afforded to me by my employer, who has coordinated coverage, but I wonder how accessible these meetings are for working people, especially if they cannot anticipate when they can speak publicly. Again, I urge you to actively reach out to people in orgs who are most connected to the needs of the people. The survey in Appendix B, a survey of 538, does not adequately represent the people, and I wonder how many more can be included and how many are being left out. And I appreciate there are regulatory and financial constraints, but we really must collectively and creatively reimagine what's possible for a sustaining just future where most basic needs are guaranteed, our budgets represent and show the people our priorities. Thank you.
Hilda Maldonado to be followed by Nicole Goldman.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I want to start off by thanking you for your service and support for all our county residents. At your meeting last week, I had an opportunity to see firsthand your commitment to social justice, strong values, human dignity, quality of life, and most of all, your unrelenting commitment to Santa Barbara County residents. I also had an opportunity to hear the important role that this county has played in climate change and environmental impacts by taking on big oil many years ago, which had created a negative impact in our oceans. Your commitments inspired me to speak to you today. I urge you to listen to the needs of our workforce in the education space. Many of you are our current parents or have been parents to the children we collectively serve from preschool to graduation and beyond. Having high quality teachers and staff in every school is much needed in order for us to provide an excellent education. In order to do so, we have a moral obligation to provide affordable housing, adequate pay and health benefits, and quality of life to all our employees. You are in a unique opportunity to encourage developers to not just think of the bottom line, but to consider creating a variety of affordability levels for their housing projects. Our county has led unprecedented efforts such as environmental impact protections, and can now become a leader in addressing affordable housing crisis. By now, I know you have read the letter that my colleagues and I, along with our labor partners, have sent your way, and we urge you and look to your leadership to help us. Thank you.
Nicole Goldman to be followed by Ken Rivas.
Okay. I added that. I was very fast.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nicole Goldman, and I'm a teacher in the Santa Barbara Unified School District. I once read that on average, teachers make 1,500 decisions during the school day. And these are all decisions we make about what best serves the needs of our students. But I can't be the teacher my students need me to be, but I'm constantly worrying about whether or not my landlord will inform my husband and me that the homeowners are selling and we'll be forced to find a new place to live, which is exactly what happened in May of 2020 at the height of the pandemic. After living in the same home for 7 years, we were informed that we only had a few short months to relocate in Santa Barbara. We were devastated. We were lucky enough to find another place to rent. It was smaller. We couldn't afford it on our own, so we were forced to continue living with a roommate in our 30s, but we were safe for the time being. But that's what this housing affordability crisis endangers the most, our community safety. People cannot feel safe when they're burdened with the stress of knowing their housing situation can change in an instant. They can't feel safe when they're restricted from starting a family because they can't afford what landlords are charging for rent in Santa Barbara. Just recently, I hopped on the Craigslist because my husband and I want to grow our family. The average going rate for rent for 3-bedroom homes is between $4,500 and $6,000. In 4 short words, my husband told me, "We can't afford this." My response, "I know, but I just want to dream." If teachers and school staff are pushed out of Santa Barbara due to rising housing costs, then this ultimately impacts the safety and health of our school communities. Having a rotating door of teachers and school staff means that schools will lose the institutional knowledge invaluable for the success of students in the classroom. I want to be a part of the fabric of this community. I want to be able to call Santa Barbara home for the rest of my life, but this housing crisis is slowly tearing apart the fabric of our lives. If you've heard very little from teachers and school staff on this issue, please make no mistake in assuming that this means that housing affordability for our educators should not be an urgent priority. I implore you to continue to seek out ways that make it accessible for teachers and school staff to voice their concerns and tell their stories. Thank you.
Ken Rivas to be followed by Gabe Escobedo.
Good morning, Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. My name is Ken Rivas, the CSA President, Chapter 37, representing over 700 employees of the Santa Barbara Unified School District. We ask you today to include in your housing element plan affordable workforce housing for workers in public education, specifically to include a percentage of units for workers employed in our school districts for classified staff and teachers. This will help mitigate the huge shortage of affordable workforce housing needed by many of the workers in the school district. Thank you for your time.
Gabe Escobedo to be followed by Ken Triguero.
Good afternoon, Chair Williams and Board of Supervisors. My name is Gabe Escobedo, and I'm speaking to you today as a resident of Santa Barbara County and someone who works at UCSB. I was previously on the Planning Commission for the City of Santa Barbara, and I just want to start by thanking staff for all of their hard work. The feat of developing this housing element draft cannot be overstated, and there are a lot of really good components. I want to highlight a few. Program 6, housing for farm workers and hospitality workers. Program 2, use by right approvals. Program 19, the STR ordinance. Program 21, local preference. Program 23, the workforce housing study. All of these programs are going to get us a little bit closer to where we need to be when we talk about providing housing and affordable housing for people who live and work here. But there is one piece that's missing, and that's the funding and the subsidy for subsidized housing. We need to provide a reliable funding stream for affordable housing, and the county should be leading by example when it comes to providing not only funding from general fund monies, but also looking into innovative funding streams like a vacant homes tax, a transfer tax, and a possible STR tax. In addition to that, this county should include county properties in the next 8-year cycle to develop housing. The best way that we are going to address affordable housing is through deed restricted units. And the inclusionary housing policy is a good policy, but it's not the solution. We need 100% affordable projects, and the only way to do that is through subsidy. Thank you.
Ken to be followed by Stanford Riggs.
Thank you. Honorable Chair and members of the board. I'm Ken Triguero, CEO and President of People Self-Help Housing, and we're founded back in 1970. It makes us the longest serving nonprofit affordable housing developer here on the Central Coast. We're currently serving 10,000 or so residents. Those are renters and homeowners. They're all lower income earning households, and some are earning very low and extremely low incomes. We've been able to develop over 3,000 units here, but even though that's a significant contribution of permanently affordable housing with a market value over $1 billion, unfortunately, that's just a drop in the bucket really toward the number of homes we need locally. The lack of housing supply has led to an increased critical affordable housing crisis that we're seeing, and it's affecting a wider range of income levels. Indicative of where we're at are our wait lists, totaling now over 13,000 households. So on average, more than 6 households on the wait list for each existing affordable unit that we have. So that'll take, 5 or more years for those folks to be able to get into a unit at this rate. The majority of our residents work in agriculture, in nurseries, they're working in the tourism industry, they're employed in healthcare, retail, office administration, construction, et cetera. But the majority are really at small businesses. In our case, they work at over 1,000 different local employers. These are our community's frontline essential workforce. So on behalf of the thousands of folks on our lists who can't be here today to talk about how badly they need this housing, we just hope that you'll continue to fully support this effort. There's a lot of great tools. We need so many varieties of tools to make these things happen. We hope that you'll push this along as soon as possible for those who really needed this housing yesterday. Thank you.
Stanford Riggs to be followed by Pam Tambo.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Sanford Riggs. I'm the Director of Operations for the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara. The Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara has approximately 9,000 people on its combined waiting lists. Those are non-duplicated applicants. That's the Housing Choice Voucher, also known as Section 8 waiting list, and our affordable properties, which number about 1,400 units. 79% of those people live in Santa Barbara County. We have a very strong preference at selection of the waiting list for Santa Barbara County residents, in addition to other preferences. We have multiple affordable housing projects underway throughout the county. We recognize that the need for housing is very great. We appreciate the hard work that's gone into this housing element, and we support it. Thank you very much.
Pam Tambo to be followed by Kyle Richards.
Good afternoon, Chair Williams and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Pam Flint Tambo, a Vice President of the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara, and thank you for this opportunity to provide comments today. We intend to provide more detailed comments by the deadline, but today I will focus on the following 2 major issues. First, we applaud county staff for their efforts to identify viable sites that can be rezoned to meet the state mandated regional housing needs allocation targets. However, the underlying methodologies used to determine the number of housing units these sites will produce at the low and moderate income level is unrealistic. Specifically, we question the assumptions in Appendix E that each of these new rezoned sites will generate 50% low income units and 25% moderate income units. There's no mention in the plan that such a rezoning will increase existing inclusionary requirements or that other programs will be implemented to generate higher affordability percentages. Moreover, even if parcels are rezoned for residential projects, what stops private developers from pursuing the myriad of other state and bonus density laws available to them that emphasize the production of market rate housing with only a little bit of affordable housing? Therefore, we recommend the county's percentages be revised downward and staff focus on identifying more county-owned sites where 100% affordable housing can feasibly be built. And second, in order to produce significant amounts of very low, and moderate income housing, the county needs to find a permanent, steady source of funds for the housing authority and nonprofit developers. This used to exist when we had a redevelopment agency. So we hope that we can find a stable revenue stream for affordable housing in the future. Thank you for your consideration.
Kyle Richards to be followed by Craig Minus.
Hi.
Hello, Kyle Richards here, City of
Oh,
Goleta.
happy Valentine's Day.
City Council member. First, I want to thank the county for your efforts to address our housing crisis. We understand that there is a regional housing employment imbalance, and we acknowledge that more affordable housing is needed on the South Coast in order to allow people to live closer to their jobs. Goleta also understands the difficulty in identifying enough parcels to accommodate the state-imposed housing requirements. The city submitted our housing element update last month, which identified over 2,500 potential units within the city. This included vacant residential sites, underutilized sites, and potential ADUs. The city did not propose rezoning any land zoned for agriculture or open space. Right now, the county's draft housing element proposes over 4,200 units on ag and open space parcels immediately adjacent to the city of Goleta, 2,800 units at the South Patterson Ag Block, and another 1,400 units at Glen Annie. The proposed rezoning of these two areas accounts for 75% of the county's RENA for the whole South Coast, 4,200 units immediately adjacent to the city of Goleta, and this is almost 3 times the county's entire allocation in the entire unincorporated North County area. This is not responsible planning. Frankly, we expect more from the county. We expect the county to engage in well-coordinated regional planning and uphold objectives such as those identified in the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan, which calls on the county to participate as an interested agency in the land use and development decisions of adjacent jurisdictions, including the city of Goleta. As a matter of policy, we expect the county to be defenders of urban agriculture and to do what it can to safeguard our precious open spaces against development. Agricultural resources, the plan notes, shall be preserved to the greatest extent feasible. We hope and expect the county to do more, much more, to fully explore all possible options in order to preserve our beloved open spaces.
Craig Minus to be followed by Jonathan Aboud.
Good afternoon. My name is Craig Minus, and I serve as the Executive Director for the Coastal Housing Coalition. The CHC is a nonprofit organization and the voice of local employers and employees in support of workforce housing. For over 15 years, we've advocated for housing for households earning 120 to 200% of the community area median income. Much of our work is focused on emphasizing and educating the community about our region's housing crisis, and it's gratifying to know that we have finally reached a point where much of our community and many of our decision makers understand the immediate need for housing. The county's housing element is a critical element in addressing our housing needs. We commend Director Plowman and the staff for putting in the work and setting the stage for the strong housing policy in the county. As identified in the draft housing element, the county has the 6th highest average cost for rental housing in the United States. It's not surprising that only a fraction of our population can afford the median home price or rent. Our organization has extensively reviewed Chapter 5 of the draft housing element, policies and programs, and have the following comments. If rezones are required to show RENA compliance, we encourage the county to pursue those concurrently with the adoption of the housing element, as opposed to a year or longer lapse. We feel in order to successfully address the housing crisis, it will be important to expedite efforts to make land available for housing sooner than later. Program 13, we commend county staff for innovative programs which directly provide development incentives specific to the missing middle. Program 14, again, we praise county staff for identifying the importance of the relationship between land use and water availability. The program is critical for success. We are in support of policy 23 and in support of chapter policy 5. Again, I ran out of time, but we want to always please remember the Coastal Housing Coalition stands as a willing housing advocate group, partner, and educator, and we're available to you and your staff anytime. Thank you.
Jonathan, to be followed by Stanley Tazenkoff.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Aboud. I'm a resident of unincorporated Isla Vista in the 2nd District, and I represent the area on the Santa Barbara City College Board of Trustees. I'm calling in support of the housing element as proposed and speaking on my own behalf today. However, I do want to share an example of this problem in our community in regards to Santa Barbara City College. As you all know, we are hiring a permanent superintendent right now, and we're looking to find a long-term stable leader for an important institution for our county. And even with this position in the past, paying an average of $300,000 a year with relocation assistance, which many positions do not have in our county, I've heard of very strong candidates apply to other community colleges solely due to the cost of housing in Santa Barbara. This position, like I said, is making well over what any faculty member or staff person that you also need to have a college operate. So you can imagine how difficult it is for our employees to work here, to be here. I hear many say they fight to stay here, and for us to recruit top talent. We have so many vacant faculty positions right now that are fully funded in our budget, but we're not able to hire because of the costs of housing being one of the main factors. We've been working, while I've been a board member, I've been pushing for the college to move towards building housing on our underutilized land. And some of that is in the unincorporated county and some of it is in the city for the last 8 years. But even if we did that, we still need a large scale housing development in our county that we alone or no public agency can produce on our own. So we all should do our part, but there's a level of scale here that we can't solve. In my role as someone who's been hiring for 2 years, again, housing has been the #1 issue with hiring. And just to note, a 1-bedroom apartment in Isla Vista that's not particularly nice is $3,500 now, when it used to be $1,900 in 2016. We need more housing without further delay. Thank you.
Stanley, to be followed by Jessica Wishon.
Good morning, or I guess afternoon, supervisor, staff, and fellow community members. At least those of you who are able to call in today, I know there's many who just couldn't take the time to weigh in midday, but share their perspectives that I've heard, echoed, and that I'd like to share today. I'm calling in, drawing on my experience as a co-founder of the Santa Barbara Tenants Union on behalf of the Santa Barbara County Action Network, and as just somebody who cares about our community and is a longtime working class renter. I encourage you all to please do all that you can to create dignified, quality housing that's actually affordable for everyone in our community without allowing more people to get pushed out. That is, as some of you are aware, we absolutely need, and in fact have been needing, affordable housing construction without displacement. And as part of this, I and many others strongly support that the housing element include a few things. First, that it include a funding and financing mechanism for creation of enough housing that's affordable, similar to what the city of Santa Barbara did with our housing surplus. Second, that if any prime ag land is going to be considered, just want to echo Nadia Abushanab in saying that the units absolutely need to be affordable to people who actually live here. And third, that the plan include much greater tenant protections to keep tenants in our homes. To expand on this a little bit, for every tenant that's displaced, which we're seeing happening across the board, an existing unit's rent gets jacked up and made simply unattainable for many people. So as we talk about desperately needing more housing units being developed, which we absolutely do, it's vital that we also address how we can stop the systemic and horrifically commonplace displacement of tenants from existing units as well. I ask you to be strategic and bold about this because our entire region's health is at stake here. And thanks for your time.
Jessica, to be followed by Christian Alonso.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Wishandalarbra. I'm the CEO of Habitat for Humanity of Southern Santa Barbara County. I wanted to thank the Board of Supervisors and county staff for your longtime partnership and support of our programs. As you may know, our local nonprofit builds low-income, deed-restricted ownership housing for low-income homeowners, the Community Benefit Project. These homeowners build alongside volunteers and professional contractors, contributing sweat equity and purchase their home at an affordable mortgage. It's a hand up, not a handout. We also perform critical repairs for existing low-income homeowners. This preserves naturally affordable housing. Investing in repairs aids safety, the ability to age in home for a person who already lives there, and to make it accessible as their needs change over time. While housing is needed at all income levels, the lack of adequate housing for most severely cost burdens our low-income workforce. 1 in 2 lower-income households are severely cost burdened, spending more than 50% of their income on their housing. Going forward, 45% of all the units required in the 8-year cycle are supposed to house our lower income workforce and most vulnerable populations. The key question is, how will these thousands of low income housing units be built and, most importantly, be paid for? We believe it is imperative that the plan include the following 2 elements. First, please add a goal that prioritizes securing a permanent source of local funding for affordable housing. And second, please include more county-owned sites for 100% affordable housing projects. Publicly owned sites provide significant cost savings to the housing authority or nonprofit developers who cannot compete with the private sector to purchase upzoned land for housing development and who do build 100% affordable units. Thank you so much.
Christian Alonso to be followed by Joyce Adrianson here in Santa Maria.
That was awesome. Thank you.
Chair and Board of Supervisors, thank you so much for taking my comment. I just want to thank the staff first and foremost for the incredible hard work on this draft housing element, and especially for trying to find a way to develop these units that are being required instead of finding ways around the requirements as some other local jurisdictions are doing. I wanted to stress that to the board that we're in a housing crisis. A crisis requires that we act now and that we act fast. I believe strongly that the most important aspect of our community is the people who make our community function: our teachers, our nurses, our social workers, our retail and restaurant workers, the farm workers. The list could go on and on and on. I know you're all feeling the effects of our housing crisis and how difficult it has become to attract people to fill vacant positions, and how many positions are becoming vacant simply because people can't afford to live here anymore. So many of our workforce are living on a razor's edge. If something happens with their current living situation, they don't even have options of where to go because there are so few vacancies in our market. I also just wanted to voice support for the idea of a dedicated revenue source for affordable and workforce housing to help supplement the market prices until we can infuse enough units into the market to make a difference. So please pass the housing element. Don't delay any longer. We really needed this action years ago. We have an opportunity to get it done today. Thank you so much for your time.
Next, we have Joyce to be followed by Stuart Caston.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Joyce Adrianson. I'm the president of the Santa Barbara Teachers Association. You received a letter last week signed by the superintendents of Santa Barbara Unified, Hope, Goleta school districts, and the presidents of all the workers' unions from these districts, urging you to prioritize affordable, dedicated workforce housing in the Santa Barbara area. Santa Barbara has always been expensive to live, but recently has become so cost prohibitive as purchase prices of houses and rents have skyrocketed out of reach for the average worker in our school districts. With 25 years working in Santa Barbara Unified School District, I'm at the top of the pay scale for teachers in Santa Barbara, and I cannot afford a decent place to live in Santa Barbara. And so after approximately 40 years living and working in Santa Barbara, I now commute to still pay almost half my take-home pay for rent. As stated in our letter, it's difficult to recruit and retain quality educators due to the high cost of living in Santa Barbara. When I speak with teachers who are leaving or have already left, they state the high cost of housing as a top reason for leaving. One teacher who left at the end of last school year told me that as a professional with a master's degree, he didn't want to continue having to live with several roommates like he did when he was in college. He wanted to go live somewhere where he could afford to live like the adult professional he is. Our children deserve consistent quality educators who can live in the area where they work in Santa Barbara. So I implore you to support and approve all affordable workforce housing programs that are being put forward for your approval. The need is great. Thank you.
Stewart, to be followed by Daryl Sheck.
Hi, Stuart Kasdan, City of Goleta. So first, we recognize and appreciate the need for housing in the area. So we're supportive of that. And we also understand that the county is under a series of constraints from the state that you're trying to navigate between preserving open space and so forth, as well as providing housing and doing it in a way that the state will support. The problem is, it seems from our perspective, is that you've been much more cautious as far as focusing on what will the state support, what will the state permit, and losing track of what I think are the principles that you guys hold. And so what I'm advocating is that in your chapter 5, there is a principle that recognizes that ag land and open space should be a last priority, not a first. That you start with the infill, you start with the more urbanistically oriented land, and that's the first place. And then as a last resort, you go to the ag lands. And I say that those are your principles because it's what you've demonstrated in the past. If we go back to 2009, when Goleta initially proposed to expand its sphere of influence, the county through LAFCO turned them back, saying we don't want to see urban sprawl. We want to maintain that rural area. In 2015, the Goleta Valley Community Plan, or Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan, urged that ag lands be preserved. It urged that there would be a certain design that you have in focusing on urban areas. So I don't have a lot of time, but I would note that you do have some options. There were 356 commercial and infill sites. There's other areas that you can do, as well as a large buffer. But you want to, for the purposes of just good planning, you want to target those urban infill areas. And it's also, by the way, to go hearken to the earlier discussion, it's good for climate change related stuff too. So I thank you for your time and good luck.
Daryl, to be followed by Sean Bain in Santa Barbara.
Good morning, Chair Williams and County Board of Supervisors. My name is Daryl Sheck, Executive Director of SEIU Local 620, representing about half your workforce here at the County of Santa Barbara. And I'm here to speak to Agenda Item D3 on the recommendations for the housing element update. And the board's familiar with complaints that housing in the county is unaffordable. With the median house price in Santa Barbara currently at $1.6 million per home and interest rates around 6% annually, the American dream is unaffordable. To afford such a home, it would require, with no more than 28% of gross income, one would have to earn $26,000 a month, even with a down payment. This is not just a purchasing problem. With rents for a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home in mid-county around $3,800 a month before utilities, and has anyone received their gas bill lately? Even just renting has become a financial nightmare. Commuting, once an option, is all but impossible as bedroom community housing costs skyrocket and gasoline stays stubbornly high, about $4 a gallon. Your employees are suffering in ways little imagined even a decade ago. Although cheap electric cars and charging would help, I'm calling upon you today to reject tired old phrases like, well, this is just Santa Barbara. It costs more to live in paradise. I've heard this canard ever since I moved here 25 years ago. While that may be the prevailing attitude of those who already own homes here, it's a slap in the face to those who rent and have no hope of saving a massive down payment. This isn't just about affordable housing. This is about ensuring that there's housing for those that selflessly serve your community every day and ensuring your community retains vital services. This is the single most important issue to many of our members. Even with fair wage increases, with a house payment, it's current more than $7,000 a month, there is no compelling short-term incentive that can be reasonably offered to ameliorate the situation. It's time to change the paradigm and dedicate housing to those who work and serve in the community, in the missing middle class, instead of providing housing predominantly for those who qualify only because their incomes are infuriatingly low. We appreciate your service. It's Valentine's Day, and this issue needs your love and attention. And I would like to thank you very much, and I'm encouraged by your comments regarding employee housing and hope that gets funded.
We now move to Santa Barbara with Sean, to be followed by Ben Fernandez.
Chair Williams and members of the board. My name is Sean Bain, and I'm a firefighter with the Santa Barbara County Fire Department. First, I would like to thank the board and the county for considering and addressing an issue that has had such tremendous impact on the county's first responders. Countywide workforce housing is critically important for first responders for many reasons. A few weeks ago, during the heavy rains, there was a message sent out from our fire chief through our staffing station ordering an emergency recall, advising all firefighters to immediately report to their closest fire stations. For some, this did not take too long, but for most, our workforce, this required drive times from outside the county, and with road closures, this caused delays in firefighters reporting back to their stations. It is critical for people to have the option to live near where they work, particularly first responders and other essential workforce. However, many of these workers, including members of the fire departments and myself, find that most existing housing is priced beyond our reach. Thank you for consideration on this issue.
Ben, to be followed by James Carriaco.
Chair Williams, members of the board, my name is Brian Fernandez, and I'm a firefighter paramedic here in Santa Barbara County, representing the firefighters of Santa Barbara County. Countywide workforce housing is critically important to our first responders and ultimately the communities we serve. This conversation surrounding workforce housing has been going on for over 20 years now. When I was first hired, we attended meetings discussing this very issue to see very little, if nothing, done, especially here on the South Coast, which is why now the state is getting more serious and has taken a controversial path of being more punitive against local control. Each year, more and more of our new recruits come from and reside outside of Santa Barbara County. In fact, nearly half of the entire fire department's personnel live outside of Santa Barbara County. Why is this important? Firefighters not being able to reside within or close to the communities they serve have significant implications, especially here on the disaster-prone South Coast. Our ability to respond and backfill fire stations during fires, rain events, accidents, and other disasters is becoming a greater challenge. When the 101 or 154 closes, we cannot get our men and women to the stations to report for duty. We understand community members are rightfully concerned about the impacts of more housing development. We appreciate and respect the very same attributes that make this such a desirable place to live and work. Through our network of firefighters, police officers, nurses, and teachers, we know there are viable solutions to ensuring that our communities can house the very people our communities rely upon the most when they need them. Thank you.
James, to be followed by Frank Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, members of the board. James Carriaco. I want to thank the board and the staff for their work on this issue so far. I'm a lifelong South Coast resident and a city council member for Galida's 2nd District. You have a difficult challenge because we all know we need more housing, but when it comes time to actually do it, sometimes people change their tune or find other priorities. And let me also say that planning for the future and planning for housing isn't about sharing pain or sharing a burden. Housing has many important benefits. It also has impacts, which is why we have CEQA and environmental review and those types of things. So planning for more housing is a bigger exercise than simply meeting a checklist provided by the state, especially in a process that seems to be ever changing. For our part, in the past few years, Goleta has provided over 1,300 new housing units with a diversity of housing types, apartments and condos, townhouses, more than any community in our county except Santa Maria. Rather than a not in my backyard or NIMBY approach, Goleta has gone the other way. But our housing crisis is, at its heart, a regional crisis. And there are communities spread throughout the South Coast that are contributing to that regional housing crisis. But your future strategy appears to leave artifacts of past planning eras, retail centers, malls, office parks, largely alone in favor of agricultural lands when so much about where and how we work and shop and get from place to place has changed. We need more proposed mixed use. We need more redevelopment. Are there different density levels that are feasible that haven't yet been proposed? Goleta should not provide more than 100% of arena requirement, but that's currently proposed here. I urge you to set aside this strategy that relies so heavily on agriculture in favor of a more balanced approach. I urge you to more equally distribute rezone sites so that other planning areas that are not having the same success as Goleta when it comes to building housing can be part of the solution. Goleta should be asked to do its fair share, not over 100% of the South Coast share. Thank you.
And for our final speaker, Frank Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chair Williams and Board of Supervisors. My name is Frank Rodriguez. I'm a policy advocate with the Central Coast Alliance United for a Sustainable Economy. I agree with a lot of the statements that have been said today. And thank you to Supervisor Hartman for elevating mobile home parks. I live in Nomad Village, the mobile home park right off El Sueño Road. Really want to elevate what was said about goal number 4 in preserving our housing stock we have. The housing where people currently live is the most affordable we have at the moment. Anything new that is built, especially in the market, is going to be more expensive. So we really like to elevate the idea of development without displacement. How do we put new affordable housing stock in our communities, in our ecosystem that is Santa Barbara County, without displacing folks from that affordable housing stock that we currently have in our region, let it be in areas of unincorporated South County or North County. Also want to elevate that we need funding in order to do this. We know that the market is not going to give us the solution of affordable housing. That has to be done through raising funds, just like the city of Santa Barbara and other cities have done. So we really want to elevate that. Let it be through bonds, let it be through taxes like the vacancy tax, the mansion tax that other folks have elevated. We need the money to make that happen. Agree with statements that was just offered in terms of how do we not take away the housing stock we have, but look at places like retail, look at places that have been vacant that are part of the county, but we do need to build, and this ecosystem cannot be put on just a certain city or a certain region. We need to make sure we can take advantage of all the affordable housing we can build. Thank you.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no further requests to speak.
Any questions from the board? I'll just ask one, which is, what is the city of Santa Barbara's number allocation?
Mr. Chair, it's roughly 8,000 units.
Comments from,
Mr. Chair, how are you planning to organize discussion? It's sort of a complicated issue, and do you want us just to scattershot, or is there some way we can organize it so that it makes more sense?
I think we should discuss, and if there is an additional policy or program that is desired, articulate that. And we could go in order, we could start with you if you're ready.
Or we might be able to look at each program, and maybe we might not have any comments on some of the programs, so we could move through them pretty quickly. But like a couple of them that might be a little bit more intense, so we can stay on subject.
Sure, you want to go up there? Can you
If I
put
can
a
get the
slide
start.
for the programs?
Yeah. Oh, do I have to do something over here?
No. We got
so
the employee of the month
We
can
do.
handle it.
He's helping me.
I actually got the question before you.
Sure.
So I think it's helpful for this discussion to understand, Director Plowman. So this next phase after we eventually adopt a housing element is this rezone process, right? So once the board discusses and figures out the different parcels that we want to see upzoned and at what density that would be, there'll be an environmental document that'll be done as well. I assume because there's gonna be massive rezones, there's gonna probably be impacts that we can't necessarily mitigate. So the board will have to make statements of overriding consideration on those because we understand how important housing is. Am I understanding that correctly?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, that is correct.
And so we're already working on that EIR now. We're actually starting to begin some of that initial work.
That is correct.
Great, thank you.
So why don't we start with program 1? Adequate sites for arena and monitoring of no net loss. This is the policy of arena number plus 15% and monitoring of no net loss. Any comments on this?
Just one comment as budget cycle starts up. This is requiring a lot more of our departments, HCD and planning and ongoing monitoring. And I have heard that the state is likely to pass requirements that there'll be penalties if we're not meeting the proportional share of our arena numbers every 2-year increment. So just flagging that this has budget implications.
Absolutely. Mr. Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. So there's an idea that I've come up with that might be something that we could like here. We're going to go through this process to do some rezones already. So we're going to do an environmental document where we're going to already look at what impacts of rezones look like for our county. One of the problems is that we're doing this every 8 years. We're looking at this number. And so something that I would like to maybe suggest that we explore, not necessarily needs to be a policy that we're absolutely committing the board to do, is really a biennial process where maybe every 2 years, we take a look at our rezones. Are we meeting our numbers? Are there new properties that pop up? One of the biggest impediments for development in our county is the barrier to entry. So somebody to get their property rezoned to do an upzone, it's such a huge amount of money with, environmental work, planning costs, and there's no promise that you'll get anything at the end of it. And so to me, it makes sense that if developers knew in our county that every couple of years that we would take a look at this and that they might be able to propose things that us as policymakers could go, yes, that makes sense for my district or our county, our areas, that might be something that developers can look at. And so instead of, because to do a develop in our county, you're looking at hundreds of thousands of dollars just right off the bat. And that's not just your land acquisition, that's your planning, and that's your consultants and all that whatnot. So to me, as we're going to really solve this problem, we got to lower barriers on the inception side, not later on. We need to lower barriers so people can work with our county. So I would suggest that we consider looking at a biennial review of rezones. We're already going to have an environmental document that won't be stale. So I would hope that at that point, this is my vision on it, is that that's something that can be refreshed on a, couple of year basis, that we look at some different sites. There's obviously site specific impacts that would be involved, and we'd have to, budget for those types of expenses. But that's something I think that we could do. And that also makes us maybe have some flexibility with that 15%. Because if we do get to a crunch point and we're looking at 14% or 13% or whatever the number might be, or knowing that we have that ahead of us to continue to look at would help us prevent the no net loss down the road. I know that we already have a long range planning department that's often overwhelmed. And so I know that might seem daunting, but this is a pretty important task. And so I think it's actually worth considering semi-regular rezone opportunities in our county.
If everybody's okay with that, thumbs up, not a neutral, or like this, just so we can move through these fast enough. Anybody want to give some comment on hearing a report every 2 years? That's doesn't actually have to be in the plan, but we can give direction.
Mr.
Nobody
Chair, Mr.
Yes.
So we do have to do monitoring. So we will be monitoring to make sure we have no net loss. I think the question before you, it has more to do with actually sort of mandating that we do rezones every 2 years.
We should be building it into our work plan is what my point is, because I think we're going to see things fall on and fall off. And this process that we've gone through at this point to identify sites has been very rushed to begin with. So there's a lot of locations that haven't really been vetted because we've kind of gone for the things that are low hanging fruit. And I think if we're actually be able to be more thoughtful in the future and see a runway on that we're going to actually do some better planning and actually meet these program objectives on a regular basis.
And I think this would be important to talk about in the context of the work program, because depending on whether or not sites have had environmental review in the programmatic document, it would mean that pretty much the division would be working on the housing element every year. So it's just something to balance, if the board is interested in it.
Right. Supervisor Hartman, was that?
Well, and I think what the implication of what Supervisor Nelson is saying is that the county would take on the burden of the upzoning, so the developer weren't. And I think it's a really interesting idea. I haven't fully grasped what the repercussions are to our planning department and to our community plans and things like that. So, but I think it's worth exploring.
And that's what I'm actually looking for. Maybe investigate doing this on a biennial deal and I think we can use terms like that to can kind of get something in there that isn't fully committal.
Yeah, and I think where I was enthusiastic about the idea is we should at least be hearing how many units have been produced in the last, and whether we're off on target. I don't want long range planning doing this all the time, because there's a lot of other things that long range planning needs to be doing. But I think providing every 2 years and how close we are to hitting our targets or off our targets may be a good idea. Is that kind of what you're looking for? Okay. All right, policy 2. I don't think we really have a choice on that. That's state law. So program 3. We can all say thumbs down, but it won't matter. Program 3. Replacement housing. Okay, no comment.
I have a light on. I wasn't sure, but I think something on mobile home parks, maybe that fits here. I wasn't quite sure what this program is about.
Was that Supervisor Hartman?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Supervisor Hartman through the chair. So this is about replacing units that have been rented in the last 5 years when there's development on a site. So it's not focused on mobile home parks. So when somebody comes in, tears down a building and builds a new project, if there have been units rented on that site in the last 5 years, they have to replace those rental units.
Right. So my only point is maybe the mobile home fits within this no net, within this replacement I'm just trying to figure out where it goes. This is one option.
Yeah, Supervisor Hartman through the chair. I will help guide where that fits. But I understand that that's something that it appears that the board is interested in.
Okay, program 4, inclusionary housing.
Just wanted to say, if I may, hooray from the 45 to 90 years. Yes.
Yes.
So
Supervisor Nelson.
yeah, I'm actually going to argue with that potentially. Is sometimes when we put restrictions on things, it becomes less attractive to do. And so I just don't know enough about 45 to 90, what that does to the development community. Does it something, that they will become less attractive on these? And so I don't know the answer to that. So that's where my hesitation is. It's what is that sweet spot that still encourages people or developers to do these projects? But if at 90 years, somehow, I don't know the math, that makes a difference. It's something I would like to know more about before I supported a 45 to 90 day policy.
I could just answer it from the city of Santa Barbara's perspective because I was on the council when we made the change, and Lisa could tell us whether we were right or wrong. Which is that it made almost no difference on pricing things out because the investment, people aren't thinking about an investment in terms of 90 years. They're thinking about it in terms of 20 years.
So I see that, but at the same time, City Santa Barbara is very different than a lot of other places in the county on the investment value of a project and the math on it. So that's where I'm just curious on hearing from a array of development professionals about what this does to their math. Frankly.
Yeah. Supervisor Nelson through the chair. I understand that question and having been in the private sector for more than a decade, I can tell you that when a developer is looking at what their project and they're looking at their pro forma, they're just looking at the initial sales price of that unit. In my estimation, and the development community can correct me if I'm incorrect about this, but it's really no skin off their back if that unit stays in an affordable status, because those units get sold to another family and then another family, and the developer's already out of the project. But at that time, if this is a for sale project that we're talking about, and that's what we look at when we look at the inclusionary units. But we can certainly provide some additional data on that. I think we'll be coming back with an action to do that. And when we come back with an action to do that, we can talk more about that.
That's helpful. Thank you.
So program 5,
Yes.
Supervisor Caps.
Chair Williamson. I had a question about this. We had some, I just want to first say thank you to those who spoke in public comment. We heard many good ideas, many meaningful experiences from workers, and a few surfaced related to, I believe, program 5, which is different tools we can be using to actually achieve affordable housing, given all the challenges, including like a vacancy tax, et cetera. And is that where those ideas fit? And do we need to be more explicit here?
Yeah.
Excellent question. I think this would be a great place for that.
Yeah.
So I think the proposal would be to ask P&D to include in the draft a study for options for new dedicated revenues, including second home vacancy tax. Is that what you're?
And the transfer tax that they were mentioned, tax so-called.
Yeah, that'd be great. And vacancy period tax potentially. I know other communities in California have done that, but just to explore, I think is the point.
And we don't have to be the first through gate. There's a community already in litigation over this. So
I was going to say, I imagine that person's paying a huge amount of property tax, whether the house is vacant or empty. So I'd be opposed to that, but obviously this is just for investigation. We can discuss it when it comes back.
So, Supervisor Caps through the chair. So we can certainly include something about studying what long-term sources of funding are available.
Sure.
And then options can be brought to the board. Some of these things are more complex than others. Some may require the vote of the people.
Right.
But we can add to our program 5 that we will include an action about studying these long-term sources of funding.
I appreciate that because you're partway there already, listing the Housing Authority and other community groups, and some of whom just spoke to us and are clearly already working on this. And so to be able to utilize their research and what they've done and build upon it would be great.
I did want to mention that we appreciate how much public comment was on this, which is a really constructive direction for trying to improve our program. Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. So on the tools and incentives, something that I'm opposed to is, at least initially, the reduction of development impact fees. These development impact fees are based on studies for projects, and for us to take those away without having some kind of subvention is not appropriate. If we want to find subvention for it and then use that as an incentive, that's great. That works out just fine. But to say that we're just going to forego a lot of these projects that need funding, whether that's transportation funding, parks funding, fire apparatus funding, all those things still need to be paid for. So, those are things that I don't want to see just go away. I actually, getting back to what I do know about developers is, again, the lower barrier entry. So I think that really, if we're looking at incentives, it's probably, if you do an affordable project, that we might reduce the planning fees or maybe the building and safety fees and try to find some subvention for Lisa's shop in another way so that people can get into the door quicker and be able to get through the process without having to spend as much money. And that seems like that's more of an incentive than trying to say, hey, once you get through the entire process, at the very end, we're just not going to charge you less on the projects that your development is going to have impacts on the community with. Seems like a misappropriate or misdirection of where those incentives should exist. So I'm against that piece there.
All right, let's just do a straw poll on that. I have mixed emotions. I get your point, but impact fees are a known barrier to housing production. So the question, to me, it's more a question of whether we should be, backfilling some of that. But is there? I see 2. Is there 3 thumbs up on restoring impact fees in the document? So it looks like there is. So I'm putting that down.
Could you be clear when you said restoring? So in the document, it's number 3 of this section, which says these could include as the tools. Number 3, providing board approved discretionary reductions of development impact fees for projects with demonstrated public benefits, including the provision of on-site affordable and or special needs housing.
So yeah. I mean, I guess that's my point. I think that's the elimination or reduction of impact fees for special projects is a tool that we want.
So you want to keep that?
I want to keep that, but do all 4 of you want to strike that language?
I don't want to be overly committal to that as a process that we're engaged in, because we still have these projects and these impacts. They still exist. We already have an underdeveloped infrastructure for our urban areas. And so for us not to fund those appropriately is a really dangerous territory. I know we have all the public good of having housing, but as went back to the comment that Supervisor Hartman led off with, is that we are building communities here, and those development impact fees, and if we can do it with subvention, that's great. But that's where I'm getting some heartburn on it, is I don't want to see those things go away.
Supervisors, I made a mistake. What I read were things we already do. Is that correct, Ms. Plowman?
So, Mr. Chair and members of the board and CEO Miyasato. So this is a tool that has been used and can be used, but it is discretionary. So it's a tool in your tool belt, essentially. And the board, when it comes to them, can decide whether or not this is a suitable tool for that particular project. I think it's helpful to have it in the event that the board wants to use it, but the board also can backfill those fees, right? So that's a discussion that you may want to have when a project comes forward seeking a reduction in those fees. Some areas have very, very high fees, and some areas have lower fees. And so I think there's a benefit to having it and then considering it when the request comes in. But I understand the point of not wanting to shortchange the infrastructure that is needed to support the community plan.
So I need to understand, do all 4 of you want to take that tool out of PND's and the board's ability to award?
I guess my concern was I thought that was being written as a kind of a goal. to be utilizing that tool more often. I think it could be used, but just sparingly and at kind of a worst case scenario. And again, with preference with subventions from some other source.
And my question is, I don't remember ever being a board member or planning commission member where I had a say in impact fees.
Supervisor Hartman through the chair, it would be a request that would have to come to the board. And it would be a request that would have to be made by the developer. It hasn't happened while I've been here, but I believe that there have been times where requests have come forward. I just don't have the history on that.
So I'm taking that off the list, right? Changes to this. Okay, good. Are we ready for program 6? Program 6, housing for farm and hospitality workers. Supervisor Hartman.
Just a question. Do we have any ability to have a preference for farm worker housing for families who live here as opposed to H2A, or is that entirely an employer driven decision?
Supervisor Hartman through the chair, I don't know. And so we would have to look into that. I mean, I know that program is important to the farming community, is bringing in people from outside the areas to farm. So it would be something we'd have to look at.
Is there any?
And county council may want to opine on that if they have any thoughts on it about fair housing.
Supervisor Hartman through the chair, in terms of the federal program, that's really up to the particular farmer to decide whether to pursue that program, but it's something we could look into further.
Yeah, I have a strong preference for families who live here, work here, live here.
Yes, we will talk about that. Incentives. I mean, I guess we should just, if it doesn't fit in any of these, we should just talk about that. We should add a clear incentive. At least I believe that we should do that and do the an AUD program or some other preference for rental housing, some other incentive for rental housing because of the fact that it hits the target population more often than ownership housing does. Is that something that people agree with? At least three thumbs up. That's what I just did.
I'm sorry, what, can you repeat the question?
So the two, it came up in the discussion, the point system that gives higher points for residency or for a job here.
We have that item coming up.
And then what is not in the document, but I think is important is a preference for development of rental housing through an AUD program or something else.
I think that one coming
So
up too.
do we have thumbs up for
both?
No, you-
Couple, yeah, I mean,
okay.
they're coming up in one of the programs.
Okay. Program 7. Program 8. Program,
8.
okay. Supervisor Harper.
The housing choice vouchers, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that there are some cities in North County who are very concerned about the vouchers being disproportionately used in their cities, creating an imbalance. And so I think it's important that we try to balance this system across the county and that we don't concentrate low-income people in already lower average income communities.
And I also.
Does that mean, would that take a change in the document? Or is that a change in our
I'm not,
direction towards
yes.
towards
I'm not sure.
community services?
I don't know exactly how we allocate vouchers. Is it just to the least expensive available apartment and then they get concentrated in some communities?
Given that we have Dinah Lockhart here today.
And actually, I'm not the expert, but Sanford Riggs, who spoke a little bit earlier, is or representative from the City Housing Authority. But the housing choice vouchers are issued to the housing authorities, which then go through their waiting lists and then issue the vouchers. My understanding is that they can move throughout the county, and that it is actually a fair housing issue for landlords to discriminate by source of income. So it may be that households are gravitating toward North County because they can find housing there, basically. So I think that's the problem we've run into, is that, and this happened particularly with the emergency housing vouchers issued to homeless households, that not all the vouchers could be utilized because they couldn't find the units to rent. So there's actually a shortage of rental units. So.
And just one thing to add, my suspicion is that people who get vouchers may gravitate towards cities because that's where the services are. And they're closer to transit and schools, et cetera.
Chair Williams.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I couldn't go back past 7, 8, and 9 without just patting ourselves on the back as a county as we're really tackling the homelessness issues. I don't know if we get a lot of credit from the state for what we've done here, but 7, 8, and 9 it's actually almost underwhelming because what we're doing is so much more than this. And I wish that it was appreciated and got maybe extra credit points for it. But obviously what we're doing with some of these Dignity Moves projects and other projects in our county are pretty impactful. And, they don't necessarily solve the housing crisis, but they're a big step forward to eliminating the unsheltered populations and some of the homelessness issues that we experience. And so I'm sure they have to be on there as make sure that we're addressing them. But if there's any way to bolster those up, because we're doing some pretty innovative things in our county, we're making a lot of sacrifices. We are, as a jurisdiction, spending a lot of our Rescue Plan Act dollars on this. We get criticized from other jurisdictions on how we approach things, but a lot of those jurisdictions took their money and spent it on pay raises and other projects, and we sat here and did the right thing and spent it on what we were told that we needed to from the federal government, and we're actually going to hopefully be making some significant differences with that. So if there's anything that we can do to bolster up those to pat ourselves on the back, if that helps us with the state, I think we should.
Any other on program 9? Program 10? Supervisor Capps.
Just curious, do we have a sense of how many ADUs we have in the unincorporated parts now, just so I get a sense of this scope?
I have a table. I have a chart, actually. Hold on. Let me open it up. So we have been seeing a steady increase since the new laws have been passed in ADUs. So I could calculate all this for you, but I can tell you.
Just ballpark.
Yeah. Let's see.
1,000,
probably about
500.
500, 400 or 500.
Okay.
In that range. But what we've been seeing is in 2020, we had 93 ADUs come through the process. In 2021, we had 166. We had 158 in 2022. And in 2023, we already have 37 applications. So if we kept pace with that, we would hit close to 300. I don't know if we will keep pace with that. It really depends. So it's just, but on average, we've made an assumption that we would have around 100 a year in the housing element.
Mhm.
Just looking long-term at what ADU production's like. Maybe it will continue to climb. I mean, that would be great, I think.
But thank you. You explained to me when I asked about sort of ADUs in Hope Ranch or Montecito that they might not then be low income and then might not then satisfy our numbers here. So
that's correct. In fact, I think except for areas in the North County, ADUs are not in the lower income category. So because we have examples of rents, and we've provided some data in our housing element about that. So there's a small percentage, I think, up in North County, but we haven't really seen that in South County.
And so there's nothing, I mean, that is what it is, correct? So just flagging that issue here.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, so this is one of the spots that I wanted to potentially have some discussion on. I think the 100 units a year is a very light number. I mean, we're already on pace to potentially do 300 this year. So I think we need to update this. I mean, because this was kind of looking at it as we built this up over the last 6 months. I would be way comfortable going to 150 and see what that impact has across the board, because I do think it will help lower some of our numbers in the county if we increase another, especially since we're going to be encouraging other programs. Like we're going to have these prefab designs where people can go ahead and get building approvals that are designs that's already been gone through the building and safety. I think we should also be encouraging prefab units where possible in our code so that we can.
That was my point.
Oh,
Yes.
sorry.
No,
I'm
go
sure I
ahead.
heard it from you. So
Thumbs.
yeah, so I think this is a huge opportunity because I'm getting a call at least once or twice a week to my office about ADUs. So I think that this is only going to skyrocket. I'm hearing about families bringing in their mother-in-law, right? So she's been in a big house and now she's going to be freed up because she's going to live in their ADU and she's going to be able to have that care. We're also not taking, senior housing. They're being cared by their families. I'm hearing about college students. They're coming back to live with their families while they transition to, career and save money. So I think that these ADUs are really a powerful tool that I think we should get more credit for, number one. And number two, we should be putting as many incentives in here as possible to encourage people to do them. Fee waivers is something that we might also want to look at as a program to encourage ADUs as well. So those are things that I wanted to throw out there.
Supervisor Hart.
And so just elaborating on Supervisor Nelson's point, in addition then to those designed ADUs, can we look at prefab that you could just move on site like park houses? I mean, I think that.
So yeah, Supervisor Hartman through the chair. We don't prevent that now. So there are a lot of companies out there that create prefab and they crane them in and they put them in place. And so that's, I can look to, we can evaluate whether or not there are some governmental constraints to that, but that's something that people are using already.
Okay. Haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I actually know some people that are looking into it right now. That the challenge is getting your crane to the spot where you need to put it, but there are a lot of companies that do that kind of stuff.
So I'll also I'd support revising it upward moderately. I don't think we know that it will continue at this pace. There's a certain amount of people that will wait, but there's a certain amount of people that will also do it in the first 3 years, and after a while it may have diminishing returns. So
sure. So I mean, that's why that one went 150, even though we're anticipating 300 this year. And I think that might have some downstream effects on our eventually rezone numbers. So we should probably take advantage of that on the front end if we can. I think we have the data to support that because we have had over 100 for the last couple of years. We're going to bring on develop pre-approved plans online. Lompoc is getting a grant to do some work there that I think we're going to be able to piggyback on as well. So I think 150 is a reasonable number, and that's I was trying to be conservative on that.
So, Mr. Chair and members of the board, I'll add that comment in if the board supports that. I think just to caution you along the lines of what Supervisor Capps was saying, it probably won't change the rezone numbers in South County because the rents don't meet the very low income and moderate. And that's where we're having a hard time meeting our RENA numbers. So our rezones are geared towards meeting those lower incomes.
Are the junior ADUs counting towards that?
Junior ADUs count. Yeah.
So, I mean, we're getting junior ADUs as well.
I believe this includes all of them. Yeah.
So even your junior ADUs aren't going to be getting, I mean, these are glorified rooms to rent, right? Junior ADUs, those are still not qualifying for low income.
In our data, in some cases, in some areas, you see them as lower income, but the data that we have so far has shown that they haven't been at affordable prices, particularly in the South Coast region.
okay. We have another slide, or is there?
But was
So I think we do have at least three of us that support revising it to 150.
150.
But,
Okay.
but we understand that will only change the math in the north.
Program 11. Yeah.
So program 11,
Sorry to keep jumping on these things. My concern is, Senate Bill 9 is to encourage people to do projects on single lots and maybe split them or whatnot. I think by putting restrictions on that, I think you might have the opposite effect, kind of like what I said with going to 90. So I think we should look at it, but I think we should definitely investigate whether that'd be an impediment for somebody choosing to take advantage of SB 9 legislation. That's my only concern there.
program 12. I think that we already have thoughts on this, and it was really good to have public comment on that. I suppose I'll just say I continue to think that we need to move full steam ahead on the juvenile hall site. We have two other county campus sites that could be housing that have been identified in the draft county campus plan. In my view, the highest and best use is housing that reduces the jobs housing imbalance, reduces traffic. That's why I am partial to employee housing on these sites. And is that something that, because it was mentioned for other uses, but to me, it's for the three housing sites, employee housing.
County workforce housing.
Yeah.
If we, 3+, I would hope, I do hope that we can explore potentially more. I know there's a master plan in the beginning stages, but that Calle Real Center certainly could eventually have more.
Okay. Meaning potentially more than the three sites that have been identified.
Yeah, I'd like to know the legality of something like that. So, I mean, like you make it so that only your employees can purchase housing and then incentivize it.
Yeah, Cottage does it, everybody does it. UCSB does it, so.
Well, UCSB does it because they don't build housing for the students, so there's plenty of other room, but. Okay, I mean, obviously, I want to hear more about that, but we don't need to do it today, but I mean.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question? Are you saying that it would be housing built by the county and for the county, or housing built by a developer?
Yeah, usually the easiest way is to do an RFP to see if anybody will build it and under what conditions. I particularly am fond of the model that campus housing does, where you don't pay the developer up front, they get from the rents. But to me, the best way is just to say, hey, we want to have employees housing on this site. Give us a plan, or we want at least this much units. Give us a plan and put it out to various parties. But I think in this, all we would be doing is asking for there to be the priority for the three sites and see if there's other sites.
Mr. Chair and members of the board. So I think there's two different things that we're talking about. So under program 12, this is implementing a government code section that talks about when the county sells off county land to a developer, which we can do and prioritize. We can prioritize that if they are building low income, moderate income housing. So if it qualifies, then, usually when you dispose of county property, there's an order you have to go in. So this gives a preference to that. And then I think separately, your board is talking about the idea of using county property where the county would build housing for its employees. So I think it is two different things. And I think they both, well, the one is allowed by the government code. The other one we can look into, but there seems to be a path where we're building our own housing and then we can restrict it.
Or that we are working with a developer for employee housing, but it's not disposal as this code section described.
Yeah.
So
I still wonder how that's taxpayer money. But I guess I just want to look at that. I mean, I understand that other private companies can do that, It just seems like that would be a gift of public funds at some point of, but that's a discussion for another day. So I guess.
Mr. Chair, go ahead. I was just going to say, if this is something that the board wants us to pursue, we should create a separate program for that. Or fit it under another program. I can figure that out for you. Yeah.
And Mr. Chair and members of the board, we can certainly look at it further, but typically with projects like that, it's not just given to the employees. They do pay for it. So it's covered costs, which then addresses the gift of public funds.
Okay. Yeah. I think Chair Williams, if, I do think we should have a more robust discussion about that because the devil's in the details on that.
We will, because we would have to approve an RFP, but I think we have a interest in three supervisors having this as a preference for the three sites that we've identified for housing.
And Mr. Chair and Supervisor Lavanino, the school district did look at this quite extensively at one point. I think it was 20 years ago, for some sites that were owned by the district. So there might be a path, but it did get quite complicated and they abandoned the plan. It was with a company called Unidev. So we can certainly add something that tells us to study it further.
Okay, program 13. Program 14. Program Supervisor Hartman.
On water, the bullet about groundwater recharge with the Laguna San extending the recycled water. I asked Marty Wilder about that, and it's very little groundwater recharge. So I think that's silly. We should take that out. But I do think we should include Supervisor Nelson's point about stormwater capture. That is really important for groundwater recharge, and we don't really have it there. And I think we don't want to build, if we have a map of recharge areas, and I don't know how that overlays with our parcels, but we don't want to build on recharge areas.
Is there three thumbs up on this?
Yes, there's thumbs up on this from my end. And I could add to this that I do see that I mentioned it earlier that I think this needs to be not just focused on Goleta and trying to work through some of the tools the county has to resolve some of the issues with Goleta, but with the city of Santa Maria and being more engaged in Santa Maria groundwater basin, because that is an impediment to any type of development, whether it's jobs or housing in the North County. So that's something that we need to be engaged on if we hope to be able to have the resources necessary to build those houses. So yeah, stormwater, looking at table A water, the other things that we could potentially bring back down into the North County to develop houses and not have to rely on city of Santa Maria as our default land use authority in the city or the county.
Program 15.
Mr. Chair, can we
Go back to 14.
go back to 14 for a minute? I wanted to make sure I understood Supervisor Hartman's comments about recharge areas.
You talk about, the general thing is water supply, and you're talking here about Laguna San recharging. I think we should talk instead about recharge basins. We do have a countywide study that identifies recharge areas, and ideally kind of looking at that in light of where we are proposing development, but just in general that groundwater recharge through stormwater capture.
So maybe a preference for uses and projects that maximize stormwater capture. Is that?
So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, I think we could add something in that talks about that as being one way to create additional water recharge. I mean, right now, detention basins are used in every project because you can't release a greater amount of water than you're already releasing from your site. So they detain and in some cases for quite some time. And then that water recharges into the groundwater basin. So we can certainly look at something that would encourage stormwater reuse.
Supervisor Nelson. Okay. Program 15. Next slide.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Program 16. Supervisor Harb.
Just a comment, and that is on the senior care. I'm glad to see this in here and that it's I guess a 4-year process of figuring out, but the state calls for a master plan on aging. We're working on that in our county, and housing is the #1 concern for seniors, both in terms of affordability, but also accessibility for ADA. So I'm glad we're studying that and going to incorporate that more. Can ADUs be required to be ADA compliant?
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, so reductions in governmental and non-governmental constraints is probably the biggest reason why we don't have housing. And it's not necessarily a political will. It's a lot of, in our county, it's our process. It's an ancient outdated code. This is designed to prevent development. And so that's something we need to be looking at as a county. And I don't know if we're going to fix it in this program, but it's something that needs to be said out loud, is that, you know, it's not just CEQA. I mean, it is a process that is very difficult to get through here in our county. It's something that we need to continue to look at and reform and streamline. You know, we need to have a one-stop shop for development in our county. I, in my office on a regular basis, have to bring multiple departments together to try to solve problems because nobody talks to each other. And other counties do it very differently. They have a point person that talks to transportation, talks to parks, talks to the surveyor's office, and walks a project through. We are very spread out, and that's a big impediment that we should be working on resolving in our county. And I think with the advancements in technology with Zoom and other things, we can get there. And I really think that we need to do that as quickly as possible, because I think that would further projects along. Right, you know, right now it really is a mess, and it's not any one department's fault. It's just because of our system that we built in our county. And again, I think it's historic, and I think in the past it may be done on purpose to prevent things from happening. But I think at this point, when we actually want to see the directives of this board move forward to solve problems, it's something we need to start to address.
100% agree. If the board wants to do that, we have to think about this during budget time so that we maintain or expand the staffing that is in long-range planning plus the housing element. So
there's other ways to do it besides long-range planning. That's
well,
the solution to
you
everything.
getting rid of, I mean, you might recall that Lisa did bring to us some additional by right choices, and there's still more code cleanup, but that's Alan Bell who does the code cleanup. So yeah, that's part of the budget. So I'm 100% on it. I just think we need to make sure we remember that in April and June. Program 17. Program 18. Program 19. Program 20. Program 21. We already talked about this, right?
Yeah, I just wanted to say how much I appreciate and love this program, and really think it's an important piece of it. We get a lot of, especially in the city of Santa Maria, these outside developers coming in, and they are working with nonprofits that are outside of our area. So they're pulling from lists from, you know, Fresno, from LA, and not our local lists. So whatever we can do to promote local, I think is really important. The other incentives that are sometimes done out there with points that I think we should consider, and I think we already have in some of our codes, is veterans and seniors. So I think those are two groups that we should be definitely trying to give preference points for, not just locals, but veterans and seniors as well.
And if I may, I would like to see this as a goal, not just buried as a program. Again, I think it's fundamental to what we're trying to accomplish.
Absolutely agree with that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, if there was one consistent message that we heard from the public today, it was this program of local preference, people wanting to, really strengthen our community and live where they work. So I agree with that suggestion.
And if I could just add just one more comment to that. A lot of the naysayers on this growth think that we're just going to create suction and we're going to keep having these problems because where we live. So whatever we can do to address the housing issue for our residents, and that's just like with homelessness, we want to address the issues of our homeless. We don't want to address the whole entire world. We got enough to deal with in Santa Barbara County. And so whatever we can do to try to create those boundaries for us, I think is better. And it makes it easier for us to sell that back to the public. Because I think the public's willing to support these programs if they know that we're actually helping their neighbors and not somebody from from LA.
So then program 22. Program 23. And then we are going to add program X, which is the employee housing. And I guess, would we add program Y, the AUD or other rental housing incentives?
Chair Williams, for the one about having staff, study sites for employee workforce housing and the 3 sites you've mentioned, I think it falls under program 23. So it might just be another bullet.
Sure.
If that's okay.
I'm okay with that.
Director Plowman, you got that?
Program X was super sexy sounding, but okay.
So
we'll just say amendment for program 23. And do we need a new number for the rental housing preference for an AUD or other program?
So, Mr. Chair, I think what I'm hearing, I heard 3 things that we want to add. Make sure I have this right. Is the county workforce one, which will make a bullet under program 23, a long-term funding source. So that's another one we want to make sure we emphasize, studying a long-term funding source. I can either make it a new program or fit it under one of the existing programs. And then the other one I heard was create incentives for rental housing.
That's right. And then the revision of the ADUs to 150 per
I
year.
do have that. I do have that.
And then the exploration of a biannual report, at least on numbers. And then under program 14, the preferences for uses that create stormwater recharge.
Yeah, I have the changes to those modifications. So I make sure I got this all. So we have workforce long-term funding, rental. So I will either get all of these either under an existing goal and policy and within an existing program, or we will create a new program to address them if they don't fit nicely under one of the existing ones.
And Director Plowman, I wanted just to make sure I heard Supervisor Hartman talk about the preservation of mobile home units.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure you got that.
Yeah.
Chair Williams.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, I brought this up earlier and I'm trying not to dominate the conversation. I've just been geeking out on this for a little bit. We still need to address the jobs portion. And so I know this is the housing element. But I think there needs to be some kind of nod there that we need to have a program to be looking at jobs, and whether that's look at opportunities to promote jobs with more commercial or manufacturing properties that are either rezoned, or that we work with developers to do development agreements to streamline and fast track projects. I think that would be really beneficial to addressing this job housing imbalance, because that's what we're trying to solve here. We're not only trying to just get more housing, we're trying to make sure people aren't driving as far, that they actually can live in communities that they're proud of and can participate in. And if we don't address the jobs portion in the North County, we're really going to be continuing to make this problem grow in the future.
I think your point is well taken. Just the question is whether we should be sending that to HCD or not. I mean, we have made that stand repeatedly, and I think it bears saying that again, but I'm just not sure that
well, if not this document, which document? Because to me, this is a big part of our housing element update is where people want to live where they work. And if we're not addressing the work part, it seems like we're only looking at half of the story. And so that's where I'm concerned that we're too focused on housing and not fully understanding the full implications of what we need to do with our zoning here.
Director Plowman, can you wordsmith a sentence that articulates the importance for jobs in the North County to also help us erase our jobs housing imbalance?
Mr. Chair, members of the board. So what we're talking about is economic development. That's kind of what we're talking about. It sounds to me. And I'm seeing dissent. So please clarify for me.
It seems like economic development's a good way to just to throw it into the Chamber of Commerce's bucket and then forget about it. And that's what I have in my 10 years see is that we're going to pay for another program or another project. We in the county push an economic development through zoning and land use. That's the tool we have. I mean, yes, we can fund some studies, but that's, or something else, but that's the main way that we can actually promote jobs is through our land use tools. And so that's where I want to figure out a way to do that, because I think we just calling it economic development. I mean, really, we need the private sector to do economic development, but we need to set up the conditions for them to be able to be successful. And we haven't done that.
Supervisor Hartman?
I agree with Supervisor Nelson. I mean, it's a big lift to say, and the North County Econ Alliance is doing a lot of work in this regard. How can we increase good paying jobs in North County? I think it requires a lot of attention, and it would be a good thing for this board. I don't know how to incorporate it here, other than saying we're going to investigate, we're going to study, we're going to come back and see how we can apply the tools that we have to promote more jobs. But I agree with you that we want to showcase it, target it, highlight it in some way that we haven't done today.
Maybe Supervisor Nelson, I could just suggest that we add a sentence or two to the document that articulates that our zoning authority is part of our ability to provide or to encourage employment that is appropriate for our housing, particularly in the North County.
If we could do something along those lines, because I think it'd be good to be able to reference our housing element update when we do look at these projects in North County. So that would be helpful. So Chair Williams, I appreciate you suggesting that, if that's okay with everybody.
So I think what we could do, Mr. Chair and members of the board, is add something, and I'm just thinking on the fly here, that says as part of our efforts to improve the jobs housing balance, we will look at reducing governmental constraints for the development of commercial uses in the northern part of our county, or something along those lines. And I don't know exactly where we'll put it, but we can get something in there. But I agree, it's like everything, it's all tied together, right? And we end up having these separate documents that deal with separate things, whether it's transportation or parks or economic development or stimulating commercial development. So we try collectively to weave them together. And I think this might be a good nod to that, but I think an effort outside the housing element would need to move forward.
And Chair Williams, so your Workforce Investment Board has been looking at this forever on how to do more meaningful jobs, high paying jobs in North County. Economic Alliance has been doing all this work. So I think, as Director Plowman said, and Supervisor Nelson, tying it back to the housing element is how to help improve the jobs housing balance, and not just removing barriers, but looking at our land use practices to incentivize businesses or job development near adequate housing stock. And that's something that, thank you, from County Council, but I think it's not just removing barriers. If the board wants to look at ways to incentivize high-paying job growth near housing stock, because you just don't want it happening anywhere.
Yep, that sounds great. And
Okay.
if I can add one last thing, and I'll shut up after this. key partners. I think we're missing Fighting Back Santa Maria Valley, which does some housing for some of our transitional age youth. Dignity Health, who's one of our partners with our Dignity Moves project, and Dignity Moves. I think all those are should be our key partners as we continue to work with them on various projects that hit some of these programs.
Okay, Supervisor Hartman?
Yeah, 2 points. The first is analogous to the jobs issue. I think transit, we'd like to make a nod to that, at least in the density, as we get rid of parking and increase density, that we're thinking about mobility and transit early on. So I'd just like to see that there. The second point is on our goal number 1, enhance the affordability, diversity, quantity, and quality of the housing supply to promote livable neighborhoods and communities. I would like to include that because I think diversifying the housing is important for quality of life. We need more income levels, not segregated, but integrated. But we want to always bear in mind the bigger whole, the community and the neighborhood that we're. So I just think that should be upfront part of goal.
I agree.
Did you catch that one, Lisa?
I'm going to ask a question about it. Thank you.
Sure.
Supervisor Hartman through the chair. So you said you would like something in the goal language?
Yes, in the first goal.
Okay.
About livable communities
goal
and
number 1.
connection to transit.
Okay.
Well, no, transit is a second issue.
Well, let's
I had 2 issues.
let's bring that in so we can make it a motion here. So
Well,
it can't be in the same sentence.
issue number 1 is, could Lisa and maybe we just do a thumbs up, but could Lisa integrate transit in the discussion on density, transit or mobility? Just as a nod, just that we got to integrate these things as we densify housing. The second separate point is to include in goal number 1, the phrase to promote livability of neighborhoods and communities.
I think that's good. I think we have at least 3 of us interested in that. Okay, can I get a motion of adoption with those changes that Lisa has articulated, plus the last 2 from Supervisor Hartman?
Chair Williams, I'm sorry to add one more point here, but I don't see in this document sort of this what Councilman Kasdan articulated, which is that agriculture is the last choice, not the first choice. And again, I'm just doing even a word scan to make sure that that I'm not missing something. But I want to just understand if that's the value and the principle and the goal that this board shares, and if so, if that can be reflected here more clearly.
I think this is a problem for state law, not for the document, because what is the difficulty here is that despite all of our desire more to rezone parking lots and commercial, HCD is not particularly accepting of it because they don't believe the jurisdictions that are proposing it.
Mm-hmm.
They think it's a way to fake the document. So I think that, if there's something that is asked for in language, I think we could do it. But the question, the hard part is convincing HCD that a jurisdiction that has often faked it, and county has faked it in the past by shoving it all into Orchid. We don't come across always as the most credible player, whether HCD will accept more commercial sites. I personally think that places like La Cumbre Plaza is by far the best places that we can put housing, but the question is, does HCD accept it? Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I think Supervisor Capps is pointing out, when we get the rezones back before us, ideally, there'll be more options than our actual requirements. So what criteria, what principles, what values will guide that selection? And I believe that preserving prime productive agricultural farmland should be very high on that list of priorities. I will try to find every other site than those. So there may be other principles, and maybe that isn't where I mean, I'm not sure where they come in, but
I think it's later. Yeah. But I get that and I'm sorry. But
Go ahead, Supervisor.
thank you. I do think that's the next step, is that those guidances have to be as part of the rezones, not right now stated.
Yeah,
right now, but-
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Lavanino and Supervisor Caps and Hartman and Nelson. I think we have to be careful about what we say in our housing element document, because we are actually identifying sites that do have an agricultural zoning in our urban core. So I think it is better in the next step than it is putting in here, because I think the state might question us about it if we add those sites in and say, but we don't really want to rezone those sites. So I do understand that the board will set priorities when you're picking sites. I think that's important. You know, that's your role about where you're going to identify sites for rezones.
Yeah, I mean, I'm clearly new to this process, and to me, this is a values document, and that's a value that at least I share, and I know others do too, but it feels missing to not have it here. I don't understand what happened before and faking and et cetera, but I just think that it's important statement. And even this conversation might provide some relief to those in these communities that are wondering what the heck we're doing with important agricultural land that will, once you rezone it, it never comes back. So I take the advisement if it doesn't make sense to put it here. I don't quite understand that, but I take your experience with the state as guidance.
And maybe the most productive thing we could do is continue what you and I are both doing in our respective districts, which is trying to find more commercial and more parking lot sites to put on the list.
Yep.
You know.
As well as county. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, can I get a motion? So it would be staff recommendation inclusive of the amendments that Ms. Plowman has articulated, along with the last two by Hartman. Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We will adjourn to February 28th in Santa Barbara.